As we are forgetting to warm up our voice, as we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, I had warmed up my voice, but then it took forever to actually hit the start stream button. And it went cold again. Yeah, let's make sure everything is working as intended with bit rates and everything. And also, yeah, as the title says, although, well, watch it now break, but I haven't been happier. It's been a while since I've been so happy to see a loading screen. But yeah, it looks like I have access to all my characters again. So the patch resolving whatever issue was going on with them.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
And yeah,
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
we're back in business, which is good because yeah, I was yeah. It's funny to feel like as anxious as I did about this, more so than like real life stuff sometimes. But yeah, I'm happy it's resolved now. We'll make sure actually that I have access to all the characters, but I've tried 2 already and they just load up, so yay. Also, I mean, you know, what was like some of the last builds that we kind of changed, maybe? I mean, yeah, this one was pretty much one of the last ones, so. And yay, we're 30K. And oh yeah, the blueprints as well, actually. So wait, let me first get this out of the stash. This is the rewards from the reward track. We only got up to 9 by the look of things. So I only got 1 exotic cash from that, but that's fine. Yeah, it's annoying. I missed out on finishing up SHT Exposed, but oh yeah. We'll just remember it as that one time where we couldn't do it because outside forces. As that it wouldn't have been as if I wouldn't have completed it. It was just. And yeah, let's actually look at some blueprints. Although what I might do is actually just go buy the blueprints, keep these 6 in my stash for like next season or such. Also, hey, smart cover, yay!
I'm out of supplies.
And we can just make smart cover mods now. I'll spend some time doing that later. At the very least, finding out all of the stats, because I do need to add that into that one skill tracker thing. There's a lot of this character, real life things. I mean, yes. I'm also not unaware that it's it is because of that. But yeah, I was kind of living in a concerned way of like, I hope I don't have to like, delete and reset and stuff. That would have, I said, I would have been like, first of all, unacceptable, but also would have been like, I would have done it, but I'm silly, right? Like, blueprints, Prince of Blue. Let's go get the. Although maybe because reconstructed sometimes share with like ones you can get from the open world, but also I don't care.
Combat simulation program.
No, we have enough currency to just. Let's buy 4 to start with. I have no idea how many you bought there. 5. Okay, let's buy 6 to start with. I want the even number. Oh, actually, wait. Do these have something? Should have made but 1. Okay, there's nothing in these actually. That's fine. Wait, so that means that it's only because yeah, there's still a bunch missing that would be in reconstructed caches. Neither Xander. Indeed, we got our babies back.
Good to see you.
I was also kind of concerned, like if they don't fix that one quickly,
Thanks for your business.
and then also like the issue also goes to second account, I would have been kind of out of luck. But yeah, instead, you know,
Everything is priced.
we had some downs, but those downs now lead to an up, so that's fine. Let me actually, you know what? I'll be let's be actually nice as well to these guys. I'm just gonna add a thing to my open ticket, which was just today's patch resolved the issue, closing this ticket. I was normally I would just put here just, you know, courtesy thing of thanks for your help, but they didn't. So yeah, we'll add this, submit. And then I'll close. I don't know if they even like read closed cases. I would think you would just not. But yeah. But that wasn't a great experience either with the UB things. Not watching Twitch for working. I would not. I wouldn't be twitching while I'm like, you know, while I'm supposed to be working. Although actually nah, I've done most of my work. Yeah, let's go and murder, let's say, a control point or two. Let's see if I get anything. I don't think I should. Oh no, maybe a holster and stuff, holster chest from Striker and stuff, right? That stuff would be in there. Let's just run Pesty. I like Pesty for control points. No directive, just heroic. Let's go. Gear mods. Just go gear mods. Printer filament, if nothing else. For checkpoints, yeah. Yes. Also, I'm curious to see if backhanded, yeah. Yeah. I would thank you for any provided assistance, but there was none, so no thanks. Thanks, but no thanks. Nah, I just left it as that. I'm gonna guess they don't even read closed tickets, but at least, like, maybe if they do, then, you know, they know it's resolved. Let's see what's up. That's some permission. Yeah, the directives weren't part of this patch notes, so we weren't kind of expecting it. Neither is the stash issues that sometimes happen. That is on Trello as for the next patch. So neither of those things will have been fixed in here. We should go check the catalyst as well in a little bit. But first I want to capture a control point or two, and then we go from there. I should be getting a few blueprints because yeah, especially the ones system corruption, striker and stuff. But yeah, the things also said like reconstruct, because yeah, there's a bunch of stuff from reconstructed that I should still get, and like we didn't. So yeah, used up a little bit of an NSA tag. Oh wow, I have so much of it. Who cares? Will be obtainable now. No, I mean if you mean from blueprints, none of the no. So reconstructed have 0 new blueprints. At least that was my experience there. Unless other people are having other experiences. But also yeah, the event items are not per se kind of generally available anyway. They wouldn't be in like the names. Not turn on. Yeah, Ragers is not turning on. At least I'm guessing that's still the case. Is nothing. Yeah, I already did though. So, but yeah, thanks for the warning. But yeah, should have actually checked with the ones that I had in my stash, because yeah, it was obvious once I bought a few that that there's nothing in them. But that's also fine. Like I only have 27,000 now instead of like 28,000 that I had of NSA tech. Yeah. Well, basically, a better way to say it is all of the season track ones and stuff. But like, event, was the Lexington an event? I mean, kind of was. You could say yes, you could say no, but it didn't, for instance, have a project with it. But then Caretaker is. Will that now go to the Hoarder? Likely not, because it wasn't a Hoarder event. Because usually when the events are on with the Hoarder as well, you know, the Hoarder is on. Indeed. Anyway, I should have just bought one to start with. I was just not thinking too much. 1,000 exotic cash is nice. Oh yeah, yeah. I should also just turn them into exotic caches at some point, but I'm also kind of fine with the gradings I have. Oh, how do you rate the new pistol gear set with Regulus? Overall, it is the better pick. I feel swapping out. You can go different ways, but yeah. For instance, in my case, in the high-end version, I went basically. I can pull up the build. It's maybe the easiest. I went. Character 4. Oh, we can update those builds that I've had the tabs open for forever. Oh, hi. So, yeah.
Serious trauma detected. Agent out of action.
Let's respawn. Oh, I'm not sure what I can do. Can I get it off now? I was gonna flare. Where is it? 4.8. So I went this route. And this especially, I like having the Dutch City. Like for me, the high-end version is the Dutch City. Like if you don't run the Dutch City, I feel the Hunter's Fury. Like I would just lean there. Because especially with kind of like what we know now with the double dipping kind of Hunter's Fury's thing, yeah, that's why it hits so much harder than this. But yeah, I've basically made the right side Imminence Armaments. And also it's gone basically in a bunch of other pistol builds. Even the like high-end, like the tech tanky kind of version. This thing. So for instance, even in here, which is kind of a pistol bruiser kind of thing, it's gone in here. You can even make a ninja bike version as well now, because that pistol is a nav, and this one doesn't compete against like ones with vigilance, but it does compete against ones with memento. And that one's down. It's on character 3 somewhere. 3. I literally say it's on character 3, and then I'm looking at character 2. But yeah, it's you can because yeah, you can go like this, and then with the ninja bike. And this actually does around the same damage as like a charged up memento Headhunter's Fury. So, but then you don't have the regen, but then also you don't have to deal with the pickups, so you can go to safe houses. That gear set is pretty good. It makes quite a bit of sense. To be stage or chain killer. Chain killer in that helps the second shot be an elite. So that's actually the thing there why we're going with the chain killer. Because also, yeah, you can go other options like putting in a Fox's Prayer instead of chain killer, and then Imminence armament piece moves to the chest.
Hostile control point.
Also, yeah, you just want one piece DNH. A second piece DNH for accuracy is not. Actually, wait, is it accuracy or is it stability now? I'm second guessing myself. Oh no, this character would have a DNH chest. It's stability actually, so it's stability and then accuracy. So. This time those guys are leaving. Yeah, let's go capture this and see. What we get. I'm actually gonna call them in.
Reinforcements en route.
I'll go to rush upstairs in a second. And yeah, the reduction on crit should be 20% now. Which I didn't feel it needed it. Like the 35 was fine. Because we still get a decent chunk of damage. Modifiers definitely aren't as strong, like it's been going down and down with the seasons, but also I'm kind of in favor of that, honestly. I don't want the modifiers to be super OP. I want them to be actually be a little bit more damage and then have downsides. That is what I want out of modifiers.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Once we have full pesty ticks going around. That's the thing with the pesty, once you can make it reach a tick of like 1 million or such, it will just go around and kill for itself.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Blow that up. I want to take cover there maybe later. I can just leave this guy. This guy's guaranteed dead to the tick. It'll take a few seconds, but same for that guy. I'll catch a little more. And hey, there's Elton. Indeed, we reached the 30. And hey there, Pinto as well. They'll release more blueprints? Yes. At least there should be. So even if you have all the blueprints, we should be getting like system corruption and striker. They've added a few of the blueprints. I wonder if they've added any other things. I'm curious to see as well for those that don't have Bellstone or this Fury. If those are in there, because those weren't named in there. But I wouldn't be surprised if they are in there. To list them, but also maybe not. Maybe they forgot to do them. Blueprint, sharp gloves. I'm gonna guess that's. I feel Striker has just Striker names. It's just called Striker chest, Striker gloves. So I'm gonna guess that's the thingy blueprints. Did we get a blueprint in here? No. So they're in the. They're in the main pool. I'm gonna guess that's the Syscore. Syscore glove. Also, actually, what we could do is, yeah, we have a new manhunt. Scat. Enemy activities in West End. I mean, yeah, we can do control points for that. So let's go do that. I know, let's just do a few control points till it no longer gives us anything. Which I'm gonna guess is 4. 2 striker pieces, 2 system corruption pieces. Did the main number go up, actually? Let's go check before we go over there. Yeah, let me catch up here. Can I borrow some? Yeah. Can I have a small loan? You know, just 100K NSA tech or something.
Agent.
Uh,
Good to be seeing you.
what am I? Oh yeah. Did the main number go up here? 267, 272. So, that's odd because you have 4, but maybe there is 5 items. Let's see this already. So yeah, this was. Oh, Virtuoso, of course. Oh yeah, the whole Virtuoso gear set because we didn't have that. I was about to say I didn't think there was a glove with the other ones missing. Activities in West End. It's preferably control points. Let's go do that. Yeah, actually, daily, weekly would also. Actually, yeah, from that we can see if we have them all because the second this doesn't say blueprint anymore, crafting blueprints. Second it doesn't say anymore, we're not getting anymore. So, oh, also actually, yeah. So this also gives a crafting blueprint. So, oh, I can actually, I can go across all the characters. Also, make sure all of them do log in. But yeah, 2 of them do log in. So. But yeah, maybe we jump around the characters in a sec after this one. And just, yeah, do the SHE requisitions on all the also, what's the event for this week? It's the DZ XP, right? Yeah, DZ XP. I might actually run a little bit on 4th character into the DZ. And just try to get them to 50. They've just never been 50. I just haven't played them much in DZ and stuff. All the other characters got leveled up on DZ levels like before even you had to PvP for them. Nowadays you have to kind of, it's really only like the supply drops, right? And then PvP actions that give DZ XP nowadays. But yeah, in the past that wasn't the case. Also, sir, could you go away? Just go. Thank you. It's high to diamonds for me. I'm just gonna wait for this patrol to leave. The hardcore to DZ50. Yeah. Although you have to watch out sometimes with hardcore. There are actually people that kind of run around even in the hardcore DZs and try to be dicks there. No, let's just engage.
Vital signs critical.
Let's try to flank. Yeah, last week we've been playing a lot of Division 1. Coming back to Div 2 and like the much easier handling of weapons is definitely... I wish at some point they would fix the pesty icon issues that we have. Because, for instance, on that character, pesty takes, but it's not showing anything.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Well, actually, now that I say that, then I'm kind of paying attention. I mean, negotiator would be the one to check it. Though. Now, there, for instance, we don't have a bar underneath it. Right? Put pesty ticks on that person, but we didn't actually. Well, the damage actually happens, but not. It's not showing the bar underneath.
Medical assistance needed.
Man, just sitting there and trading. Not the best idea. But it works. This is the defense. Oh yeah, we got the scout activity done. What is actually the next step? Eliminate enemy officers. So just names, I'm guessing. Okay. I mean, we can do some control points for that as well. Let's group some ammo. Yeah, let me catch up as well on this. Does mask work now? We'll check in a bit. Haven't checked yet. The patch done? Yes. You can just... It's up. Expertise bonus. Actually, good question. Smart cover. Bonus armor. Duration. So yeah. My guess was indeed either duration or range or radius. So we've gotten duration on that one and bonus armor on this one. But a good thing they didn't put detox on there as well. That would have been way too much. It's already pretty OP.
Reinforcements incoming.
And then so yeah. Hasbro backfire build. Yeah. Although nowadays you wouldn't use it for a Hasbro build really. You either are using Cheska or you're using Cheska plus Cavalier. Well, 2-piece Cheska or Cheska plus Cavalier. Or well, with Ninja Back, I mean. So 2-piece with those, but the
Hostile detected.
the Hollow Man would just not, yeah, like it just would lose out to those. And then brain not so much working, yeah. Without Ninja Bike, yeah, you're just using 2-piece Cheska. With Ninja Bike, you can go Cheska plus Cavalier. What? Where did the name even die? Wait. Oh, wait, we killed the name there, right? Was it?
Supply room access.
Was just waiting for this. Okay. That's how much attention I'm paying.
Maybe one day I can fight beside you.
Let's go with the smart cover. Yeah, some bugginess. Oh, actually no, we haven't been jumping around much. Is Manny fixed? Do enough smart cover need mod. Let's go over 7. Keep getting the 7 detox mod. It might not be able to just give max mods. It depends on if we see one with a full bar. The one I've seen with 7 is not a full bar, so the thinking currently is that it is 8, likely. But we'll have to see. But also, yeah, crafting, like, it's very rare to get a maxed mod there. And even for some of the mods, you can't have maxed, because we know that from the 13 PFEs and when the crafting table was doing perfects.
Thanks for the business.
Does every, well, it will be level 3 or 4. Just whatever normally gets you blueprints. And also, yeah, invaded missions, any of the weeklies. Just come back here actually. So yeah, we did get something right. I wasn't paying attention on the completion screen. Because yeah, we got one from the thing. So yeah, another virtuoso. Here as well. Already get okay. So system corruption needs. Oh yeah. So even these are rewards for completing projects, summit challenges, or control points available level 3 or higher. Also purchasable from vendor, but also yeah, vendor. They mean Anaya, but only she has like 2 items each week. So.
Nice to see you, Agent.
If I was in the YouTubes or something, I wanted to propose Hollow Man. I mean, yeah, you can propose it. The 14 DTH isn't too horrendous, but you have to be fighting a lot of DTH. Like stat-wise, that thing does make okay sense, but yeah, that's like you really need to be playing solo against Blackness, for instance, for it to actually make sense. I was so excited. Never use it. Oh yeah, that's kind of, you know, the thing with it here always, of course. Actually, yeah, let's go through the characters, also making sure that I can actually log into every character. I should have maybe done that before I closed the ticket. But yeah, let's go through all the characters and get their SHE requisition, see if I run out of blueprints to get.
Safe area.
Also,
detected.
yeah. Agent? Manny?
Agent,
Oh,
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
he just had comedic timing. It's fine. I always felt it's earlier than that, but yeah, no, he's still agenting. For my last I'm kind of for PFEs and then with Mac the balls no PFE. Oh yeah, those are rare. The PFE mods are very rare. Honestly, especially for maxed out PFE, going legendary will well, if you have that option, if you have players to play with legendary summit, or especially if it's on one of the strongholds as well. Because overall, I feel the strongholds are a little bit better for loot than summits with 4-man. Mostly because they, you know, you can get to a boss much more consistently, and the boss will have a big pile of loot. Should have checked which blueprint we got there. That's the whole thing I should keep an eye out for. Okay, so we have Virtuoso here now. Yay. Let's actually see. Yeah, let's try getting everything and then seeing what our number becomes. Do we kind of get the reconstructed caches now for blueprints? There isn't any in the reconstructed. If that's what you're asking, there is no new blueprints in them. If you had all the blueprints out of them before this patch, it's the same. So that part is, yeah. They didn't fix that part. But at the very least, yeah, we're getting, well, I got the system corruption, I got some Virtuoso.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to
Although
go.
maybe he just says it
Said
once
was
and he
safer
doesn't
for us
say
if
it
she's not
again, but
here.
maybe he says it one last time, but I'm not convinced yet. Also, apparel-wise, let's put this character back to normal. Oh, also, what is this week's apparel? Bundles. Oh, Corporate Reaper bundle. That looks almost cyberpunky. I don't hate it, and I will buy it. Yeah. Press F to pay respects. Yeah, let's make poor decision. I would like to thank everybody who sponsors these bad decisions by supporting the channel. Thank you all very much for enabling my bad choices. In the background, I'm just, because the overlay doesn't show up on stream. for reasons as well, but I'm just going through there and purchase successful. And nowadays I'm just buying them in $100 batches. It's not like, oh, I might buy 50 now, I might not need some later. Nah, but let's just buy them in bulk. Is anything else here? No. Let's actually buy this. Let's buy that with premium credits. I know we'll equip it actually in a second. I'll run that also for the video we'll record in a little bit, which is the modifier. I know basically we want to record that in a little bit, and then after the stream I'll just edit it together and it'll go up a few hours later than my schedule, but it's fine because otherwise I will be making it now. I'll just make it on stream.
Safe area detected.
The only thing I need to add there is measured versus strained that we have there.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
And
Kelso
this
had to
character
go.
we were running
Said it was safer
yesterday.
for us if she's not here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn off the directives. And actually, so in Brooklyn, Ragers worked for me. Oh, actually, yeah, it's showing scavenge skills there. Underneath it all. It's weird that they are having issues with the directives. Like there's really, oh yeah, so that thing is on. Let me try doing this for a second, and then see if it turns off. And hey there, John. Nope, that's although let me now try what would then in effect be turning it off. See what goes away with it.
Priority objective available, Agent.
No, yeah, still showing that. Could actually check if it's applying to the XP.
Good to be seeing you.
But yeah, we're actually running this character yesterday until we lost access, so... But the access is back. Access is back on the menu, boys.
Thanks for making the deal.
And I'm keeping some of the pistols with DTOC. I'm kind of rebuilding the pistol collection here on this account, so I'm keeping basically like any DTOC pistol I see, and then I'll figure out later which one is the best ones. Let's also take this silly silly apparel off this character. I feel bad for them. And then yeah, so wait, do we no longer get a blueprint? Or did I not? Oh, I haven't gotten it yet. Because it still shows blueprint, yeah. Medley backpack. I'm gonna guess that's Virtuoso again, because that sounds virtuoso-y. Is Emperor's Guard only from DZ? Well, it is a DZ named item, or DZ/PvP named item, but most of the time, for most people, you'll get some out of these named caches. These named item caches contain all of the named items, including the DZ set. But I can only drop in the DZ. That's why we call them DZ items. Also, I can link you to that. That actually has the full list of like where everything drops. Also, not comprehensive list, but a decent list for where also named items drop and stuff. Well, the DZ items. So you have basically that list of things where you can get them from alongside of the DZ, because for most people, yeah, you'll get them out of other things. There's also, you can get the blueprint from Descent, from reconstructed caches, but that's also a very big pool. But in here, there's like the, if you look at which column it's in, you know which items were. As is, those are kind of useful guides. That's fine. Also copied it over to the YouTube site there. This has been working consistently for me on my hardcore. The UI didn't always show it, and sometimes would give skill cooldowns in the UI. Or it just actually worked. Okay. I don't think for me, like, yeah, it's not actually turning on. Overheal bar killed the RF. Okay. Oh yeah, if it actually is. Yeah, I think there's like several states it can be in. We'll actually see maybe with this character what they're happening there. Yeah, no worries, Surgeon. Yeah. Always feel free to ask. Is going invaded this week? I can look for you. Although I don't think. Oh no, it is actually. Oh yeah, no, it's DUA. Yeah, so Grand Washington invaded this week for indeed any Nemesis enjoyer. I was gonna say Nemesis enjoyers, but yeah, if you need this still, you're not enjoying the Nemesis yet. But yeah, you can start to enjoy the Nemesis because it's invaded indeed. I don't know why I had it in my head that Roosevelt was invaded this week. Likely earlier I wasn't paying attention and saw like something red on that side, but that was just bank. But yeah, bank is part of this pool. Yeah, let's wait, let's check what that backpack was, and then let's go back to character 1 and see about getting even more blueprints. Yeah, that was this medley. So we're on 557 out of 572. But that means that I still, even once we get everything here, we still don't get a full crafting table. Because the ones from the reconstructeds are still missing, unless they've added, although no, those would go into the box usually. Those would be box items. As well as last week, maybe I'm thinking of that as well. But yeah, when I kind of started that sentence, I was like, I don't think Grand Washington is invaded. By the end of it, I actually checked. Always important with simple things, especially just check. Obtainable replacement to Emperor requires knee pads. Depends what build you're using it in. In a lot of builds, it's actually not per se a worthwhile thing to go with. Like unless you're already using like Bellstone already and maybe even Gila already. Or Golan already and stuff. Because usually going like 3-piece Gila plus 1 Bellstone is actually cost effective, one of the more cost effective ways to get some regen. As Emperor's Guard as well isn't per se the greatest choice. Just because you're also giving up a brand bonus for it. Do you have a list with all the Descent blueprints? I don't know, but on the official Discord, if you go there, there is the Descent channel, and they're keeping an updated list there. I think it was updated till like this season start, and yeah, seeing as there's no new things in the reconstructed caches, yeah, that's the that's the actual list. But yeah, you can go over there and find it. It's also in the pinned things, so you don't have to search everywhere. It's like you have to hit that like pin icon thing, and it's one of the pinned comments in the Descent channel. After buying named from vendor. So if I'm running Canton, I'm buying Named caches from vendor, can you get DZ loot drops? Yeah. So from the named cache, the named caches contain basically the full pool of like the LZ names, the LZ being like everything that isn't a DZ, which isn't, you know, the greatest descriptor for them, but yeah, it contains all of the LZ names and then all of the DZ names too. The only ones that aren't in there are kind of the special ones. So things like Chill Out and Slayer and O'Carroll, which are like season stuff and such, right? And then also like things, yeah, like Lexington, Caretaker, all of those kind of stuff that are like special in other ways.
Trauma detected.
But yeah, all of the DZ, but yeah, there's also a subset of LZ plus DZ. There are items that drop in both, because there's also some items that actually don't drop in the DZ, which is also a thing. But yeah, all of those are in the named cache. And that's actually where most people, like, you know, most people that have some of the items that, you know, people call them, that's also the confusing thing for a lot of people. A lot of people call them DZ exclusives. You might have noticed I'm not. I'm calling them DZ items. Because yeah, exclusive for a lot of people, I mean, obviously goes like the next question is like, oh, so it's only the DZ. Yeah, no. Because there's also some other sources for them as well. As that thing lists. There's actually even more. Oh, for PvP, for double energy regen. Ah, okay. Yeah, in PvP it can make a little sense. But then yeah, in PvP you could go Gila plus Bellstone. That's usually what people kind of go with as well. But then yeah, you could have another percent alongside of that. But also, yeah, if you are PvPing, so if you ever see knee pads as targeted, that's one of the good times as well to, for instance, just go into the DZ and farm for it. But yeah, without targeted loot, it's a rare to have. That you get just a full random drop of an Emperor's Guard or something like that. I'm gonna wait for these guys to actually get a little closer because they'll come here and then I'll just shoot them. I want to clear them out before we clear out the control point. They are coming here, right? Yeah. But yeah, they always like kind of walk down the street, jump down, and then come and then come down here. Because yeah, their despawn point is there. If I engage them there, they'll spawn back there. I want them to spawn up front. The address also doesn't front the companies named caches. Oh, yeah, for instance. But yeah, basically in that guide, anything that isn't in the special category. So all of the other ones do come from named caches.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
And even though the fire was visually gone, it was still there.
Detecting additional
We're not the only one that sucks for. You know, when the fire disappears, but it's still there for like a second. It's also the enemies. So reload first and then call them. So it was already online. They didn't say anything on X. Yeah, they're online. It usually takes them a while.
Reinforcements en route.
They actually tweeted that, but they are online.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Generally, if they're online for anybody, they're online for everybody. It's not like streamers get their own special server or something. You know. If you see somebody playing, although I've noticed some people are doing rerun stuff during this, which I find a little shitty. They're just doing,
Hostile detected.
you know, they're streaming a rerun, and then you see a bunch of people asking in their chat while they're kind of also not active. I'm just like, wait, are they up? And everybody's just answering no. It's a replay. So. But I feel you could just avoid all that confusion by not doing it. But of course, they're not doing it without knowing that is a shitty thing to do. They just don't care. But yeah, the servers have been up for like basically when I started the stream. Because I was kind of checking for if they came back up early enough, then I would take the time to kind of jump in and do a little bit. Yeah, let's go get that as well. So actually, is this did this one say in the West End? Other side. Manhunt. Oh yeah, so but yeah, it was interesting for some of these other ones. Although that one's also downtown west. Actually that's loot. But yeah, for the first one it was just do it anywhere. But yeah, this was just like liberate through some control points. But yeah, now we're going back to being in zones. It's actually good that they put the like the zone here as well, because yeah, last season there was quite often like eliminate enemy officers, and that wasn't like it had to be in the zone, but it didn't say it here. So hey, they're learning and improving. Nice. Let's go at that last one as well. There's no coming down on those items like Turmoil and Lexington. Don't get that back in the loot pool. On the Lexington, quite a lot. Yeah, they've basically said, yeah, they're not going to add it to loot pool, and they might do something with it in the future. Big emphasis on might. So. But yeah, they've talked about it here and there in live streams. It gets asked every live stream, of course. That's adding to the descent caches. I don't think that's like a great solution. I feel just make them drops from somewhere. Make them legendary drops. Make them I don't know. Make it some project, or even like a several step project of like, hey, you need to do like this mission, and then like capture 4 control points and then this, and then you get Lexington or something. Something that isn't like just giving it, even though the original one they just gave it. But also at some point I would also be fine with them just giving it. Just do the event again, and whoever's around gets it then. But then you have the same issue. It would be nice to have a permanent. Like to make it in some form evergreen so that you can always get it. Because adding it to the blueprint pool of Descent doesn't really solve it for people that are, you know, starting out. Because the Descent pool is pretty big. For people like me that already have all the blueprints, yeah, then the next blueprints I'm getting is those. You know, because no duplicates, but... For people that don't have that, that's what I'm kind of afraid of when I'm dealing with this guy. I'm dead.
Agent killed.
What was that heavy even from? Another elite patrol? I'm guessing. About including Nipa Turmoil in the Pestilence build. Not particularly. It's not a great fit for it, I feel. We're already spreading damage. Like, we're already doing spread damage with the Pesty. I would like to keep some of my single target damage, like there. Because, like, I still at least stood a little bit of a chance against a heavy like that pushing me. with the turmoil, I just wouldn't have had. Like, it would have taken twice as long to kill him. But honestly, now that the turmoil is no longer double dipping, well, I'm not per se against it. I don't see the real value in running it. Outside of Headhunter. Like, yeah, Headhunter, yeah. One shot, 2 kills, yeah. But for just red builds, unless you're doing something where it's always going to be useful, but that's just, yeah, that just doesn't happen enough. Or if it was in some way, you know, applying double the ticks or something, but yeah, it doesn't do that either. Because it would just spread the damage around and make it harder to kill a single target, but yeah, I would be spreading my damage to other things. So I'm surprised that people are still kind of really on the thermal bandwagon outside of outside of Headhunters. It was really that double dipping that made it really good for a bit. But yeah, that's gone now. Now it's just single dipping.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Civilians in distress.
Back to normal. This is a dev hint that armor plates are DTH. This guy's named The Flesh. And he's heavy. And yeah, let me get you here. I need a rogue. Yellow base is an anniversary. Yeah, that for instance. Although that would be a long wait as well for a lot of people. Well, those two are like, because Div 1 and Div 2 both launched like both in March, right? I think one was like early March, one is like late March. But yeah, maybe doing launch plus maybe something in like July, and then also doing it Christmas, which was the original kind of date of it, right? I like the skins for the 2 specialization launchers a while ago, and then they reran it like recently. I think it's still in the store here, right? Or are those gone already? Yeah, it was like early last season, I think. Yeah, I don't know the exact date of it there. Oh yeah, let's actually run this. We bought it, we might as well. It kind of looks like a little bit like the wolves from from Breakpoint. I don't hate it. The white stripes are a little like just having speed stripes on helmet is weird for a combat helmet, I feel. Thermal and Huntsman. What about it? Thermal, you can just use it and just spread your damage more around. Thing is though that, especially with my playstyle, I do prefer having just, you know, being the ability to just kill one target quickly. Because I generally set myself up that I can, you know, I'll just aim kind of for one target and then hide them out of the rest, basically, by just, you know, making sure that I'm only able to fire at them, meaning they are only the only one able to fire back as well. Now with a thermal, yeah, that damage would get spread also to others, so there's still benefit there, but I would rather have it just be able to quickly kill that one target. Because back like before this season, the thermal was actually, if you were running glass, it was applying glass twice. Like that was the real value. That's why it was actually a pretty OP thing. It was double applying both glass and damage to targets out of cover from your weapon. So, and yeah, it's a weapon just because you can't have Fox and and it, of course. But that's been fixed now, and that makes it still okay. But yeah. Also, if I kind of want that playstyle, I would likely go Negotiator and get the full playstyle of that. And we completed our scout activity. But yeah, Thermal is still very broken for Headhunter, but no longer very broken for just red builds. I wasn't paying attention to where that grenade was going because it was obviously not aimed for me. But then I almost ran into it's because I was heading that way. And we get striker holster. Let's go get our loot up there.
Supply room access.
Oh, are they just generally available? Ooh. Oh, it's for the Pahan. That's expensive though. Also for the Pahan. You like the look of it. That looks pretty cool. And yeah, likely they'll advertise it at some point. But yeah, the RPK drum mag. Even a gold firing mode selector. It's a weird thing to make gold. Oh yeah, they're generally available. Okay. Yeah, they even reran them as a bundle for a full, like the full bundle. So, I'm not gonna buy. Wait, 0 out of 2. Why is this 0 out of 2? Oh, you get also. Oh, okay. So you should just buy that one if you want to buy, because yeah, that's cheaper. But weird. Why are they putting the Pahan one in when they also have the Pesty one? Still to put in. Was I checking? Oh yeah, if those things get kind of sidetracked by one. I might buy that, but seeing as it's maybe if it is a wait, does it actually show here? Is that a time-bound bundle? Oh, it does. It shows it. But it's not part of these, right? Because if it isn't time bound, I might just doesn't say any time here. If I go in here, no. We'll wait with buying that. We spread it out. Go faster stripes, indeed. But then it should be red one. It should be red, right? It should just be a full red suit because red ones go faster. This is going to. Yeah, I do kind of like the look of this. The headphones is a little weird though, right? Why wouldn't that just be integrated into the helmet? Right? Because it's like a strap over headphones kind of deal. But I kind of like the suit. It's annoying that this one is definitely one where, you know, I wouldn't mind having the just the chest piece. Because I kind of like the chest piece look, but I would like to just have the chest piece, and there's no reason for this one to be a uniform. This could have been just separate pieces: a helmet, a vest, pants and boots.
Civilians in danger.
Because I wouldn't mind having that chest piece separate. Crit damage. Still need a few more MG5s actually with chance. Yeah, let's actually go check this for a second, and then yeah, let's see what the last step is of that thing. I need a red field. Well, I was gonna buy the Nightmare last night, but Bang won't let me. I had to wait. It already happened, right? Yeah, those were already reruns, so they'll come back around again. Likely Halloween. They'll likely rerun that on Halloween, I would think. What build am I running right now? I'm running the Pesty. I kind of like the Pestilence. This is the Langmo setup for Pesty. I'll actually link to it as well. This would be, yeah, 1.83. And yeah, I'm here running it with the Langmo version. This one's kind of hard to put together, but you can also go with a sacrifice instead of this piece. Because yeah, this piece is a super unicorn. But what you can do as well is just go this and then have the Langmo piece be here. That's also why in the save here, it's with all 5 pieces of Langmo. That's why I can go with any variation just for testing purposes as well and stuff. Seeing as I have all 5 pieces and stuff. But yeah, going with the sacrifice version like this, it's still like, it's 99% of the way there. So. Don't worry about the Japanese one, light outfit, but into the helmet. Yeah, that can.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Oh, the last one, yeah. But yeah, for instance, with some of the uniforms, because yeah, for instance, the uniform thing for some stuff makes like they have to. For instance, this, where there's a cape and that's going like across the midsection, they need to have it be an outfit because otherwise it doesn't work. Same, for instance, for like the recruiters kind of thing hanging down. But yeah, for a thing like this, there's really nothing intersecting, going like way below. But that's the case for a lot of these. Because yeah, a lot of them don't per se need to be outfits. Although I don't mind them being outfits as well. For me, that has a lot of these. Just coming in here and going that. You know, just selecting one of them and just having that be the complete thing. Instead of multiple pieces, does end up me actually using them. But I'm a weird side case, right? I'm not the main kind of consumer. Let's actually do a quick vendor check. I wouldn't also mind checking for hardcores. Oh, actually, the 50,000 is, you know, as a starter weapon. Detox there, free talent. Just put measured or killer there. That's not a bad starting weapon. Also, let's see if there's any. I'm curious to see as well if there's any like smart cover. I've been keeping kind of track of that. Any smart cover thingies? Oh, a crit chance, hollow point, hollow man. And this is handy for proficiency it. If you don't have it, just either just buy 20 and proficiency it, which you know is pretty expensive. What's 20 times 75 actually? 1,500. Let's actually put that in the calculator. Just be 1,500. 150 times 10. Because yeah, 1,500 isn't too hard to get here, but yeah, you could also just buy one and just equip it and just run it for proficiency. Yeah, let's go get. And is it good to use Coyote or Longbow Mask and Oxford knee pads? I'm gonna guess it's autocorrect. Fox's knee pads. I'm guessing. That's also an option, but this does overall more damage in my opinion. One of the things here is we're not just going for the tick, we're also going for the main weapon just doing damage. Because we want a high tick, but we're not gonna sacrifice everything. Yeah, you can go Longbow Mask indeed, and then have a Fox's Prayer here. But that ends up the two things combined, like the one tick and the base build combined, is a little bit lower. But the tick is a little bit higher. So you can go, yeah, there's like many variations you can go with.
Glad you're here.
And just checking the mods as well real quick. Also kind of looking for the hardcores and stuff, maybe for high crit mods and stuff. So if you want to check, still have blueprints to get, right? Yeah. Because yeah, we'll do this, we'll get a few more blueprints, and then do a little bit of that spreadsheet work that I just still need to do the global modifier video, and then we'll go do the global modifier video. Odd to not see her have a marksman rifle there. No, none of those are marked cover. Not sure what is the sense currently. I think it should still be rat, right?
Combat simulation program.
Or gluttony. Never mind. It was already gluttony yesterday, apparently. Yeah, no good brands still as well. Oh, yeah, no smart covers. I'm gonna guess actually that the smart cover is not in their pool. Because yeah, I've been keeping track on the last 3 weeks. We haven't had that for the last 4 weeks. 3 weeks. 4 weeks.
Hostiles guarding location
How many
nearby.
weeks? 4 weeks, right? 1, 2, 3. No, 3 weeks. Because it was just week 1, week 2, week 3. Yeah. So this is the 4th week. But yeah, the last 3 seasons, I haven't seen any smart cover mods on any of the vendors. Although I don't have access to the clan one, but I think I checked on the vendor site the first 2 weeks and then checked last week.
Always happy to see you, Agent.
Yep.
Thanks.
I'll say nothing useful there. DZ itemized. This is also a source for DZ items, the DZ vendors. But yeah, for those you need the DZ currency, so for those you still need to go into the DZ at the very least. But yeah, their first item here, for instance, a Devil's Due, which is a DZ item, is also a source for them. But you can kind of farm, even without kind of PvPing, you can farm the credits, because you can just run around and deconstruct stuff that you pick up. That'll turn it into credits, extract that. But there's also the boxes around, and those, if you loot them, they instantly go to your credit pool, so you don't even need to extract those. So.
Anything you're looking for?
And Virginian. Might actually buy, although well, this is kind of expensive. I need like 2 ACSs actually to put Brazen on. Oh, actually this has Brazen already, but I would still optimize everything and free talented still. But yeah, this is kind of expensive. Not so much this. I have a ton of DZ currency, but more optimizing it up. Although I likely have a ton of shotgun resources, because how often do we optimize shotguns? Yeah, let's go New York first. Let's check that real quick. Also, let's check if this character actually has any control points here that are red. Because maybe I'll go green them up just to keep New York green. Also, I need to go fill up my water bottles in a sec.
Hey there, you got something to trade?
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to
Not
go.
fixed.
Said it was safer
Information.
for us if she's not here.
God damn it, Manny. Yeah, no, that's not the right one. Yeah, nothing more useful there.
Hey, Agent, you doing all right?
I am doing all right, Mr. Benitez. Langmo piece. Weapon handling headshot reassigned. Yeah. It would be funny if, because that can happen. There's nothing stopping it from, you know, there being one of the super unicorns at one time on one of the vendors. But yeah, it's of course going to be rare as well. But at least, yeah, you know, the constructible ones. But nowadays, without watchouts, it's an expensive proposition. Like, you really have to want it to, like, spend all of your watch points and stuff on this to try to get it. Although if you have a billion credits saved up or something, yeah, you could still buy, deconstruct, and then craft Langmo. None this week either. And the main reason why Haven is better than the bridge, why Woney is better than Brooklyn, is this guy. He's a good boy. Also, yeah, so going through when leveling, that duck isn't there. When did that duck get there? Because it must have been after, like, the Kelso disappearance, right? I feel. But yeah, Rubber Dicky. Yeah, let's go to Brooklyn, check that vendor as well. Oh, I didn't check if I had red control points. Maybe I have some red control points here. Although I think on this character, I have this all green still from doing the hunters. I made everything green just to do the hunters, like, way back. Which vendors well, all vendors sell named items, but the DZ ones sell DZ items as well. The countdown third slot can also be that.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, I've captured everything here. Because yeah, the normal vendors can't have DZ items, but each of them does have a named item. One of the things as well is, if you're not familiar with that, is if you want to do proficiency and you have the named items there and it's a named item that you don't want to run or something, especially with the, because yeah, this guys don't, but the DC vendors, each of them has a named item as their first item. You can just buy 20 of that and donate it, and you're done with that item. You will likely get a bunch as well, just passively doing countdowns and stuff. If you do countdowns a lot, because you get, you know, you get 8 names out of a successful one at least, because of the 8 names that the hunters drop. So you will likely get done with all of them anyway. But if you want to kind of speed it up, because that's like 300k to like buy 20 named items. And nowadays, how many points is that here? Yeah, that's like 10 points, 10 or 11 points, depending on the item. Or even less even, I think. Maybe even 9 points. So up to, or yeah, proficiency an item for 9, it's pretty cheap. Yeah, let's actually go back to New York and yeah, check that thing I was gonna check there, but I forgot. Indeed, Kelso still having to go, and Shaver still needing to be debriefed. Can I put that dog? Where do you want to put that dog? Sir? FBI?
Safe
Open
area
up.
entered.
What are we doing with the dog? I'm gonna guess you mean pet the dog. Yeah, you can pet Bronson.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was
Kelso
safer
had
for
to
us if she's not
go.
here.
Uh-oh, Kelso had to go. Oh no, Kelso had to go. But yeah, Bronson, you can bet. This guy's named Bronson. We know that from cutscenes and subtitles from cutscenes. And also, actually, one that a lot of people don't know. I didn't know this either until like way later. But if you interact with him a second time, you don't pet him. He does stuff. You can also actually pet Ransom in Castle. Because he has like 3 different ones. Aww. Aww. But yeah, you can also pet Ransom in Castle, but he's only sitting at his pen at night. So during the day he's walking around, and you can interact with him actually, but he does just a little wiggle. Basically, he has a few like animations in it. Expertise I had seen before. Slingshot SMG. Oh, there's a new item in expertise. That's
Agent,
actually I was gonna check that as well. Indeed.
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us
Kelso
if she's
had
not
to
here.
go. Oh no. What did you say it was? Slingshot. So in the S's. Oh yeah, there is a UMP slingshot. Yeah, because likely we're gonna have an event soon. They changed the events, like how the loot goblin works. But he's gonna drop from now on, like based on difficulty. He's gonna drop a certain amount of like event items. He's gonna drop up to 4 on heroic. Or he's gonna drop 4 on heroic. And likely we're gonna have an event. And yeah, usually they add the item in a little bit beforehand. So yeah, we have slingshot. What would slingshot be? Boomerang with SMG? Maybe. That'll be interesting. But yeah, I'm just speculating there. But I feel slingshot. But yeah, what else? What else would this be? Maybe it's just a silly one. But no, usually the silly ones also have like silly names, like O'Carroll and Slayer and Cooler. I feel Slingshot is a real boy's name. So yeah, we'll see what that likely is in the coming few weeks. They're likely gonna do an event, which is good because yeah, it's kind of they've been filling up a calendar actually of like events, because now if they add one around now, and yeah, indeed around end of June, because then we have maybe 2 or 3 weeks of that event going into like mid-July, and then towards the end of August we have the summer event, and then in like October we have the mooncake event. And then December we have Christmas again, and then January we have like or whenever the Lunar New Year is, that shifts, right? It's not the same year as the rest of us, or well, rest of us, the West. Whenever that is, and then yeah, February, Valentine's, April, Easter. Then we have kind of every 2 months, year round, we have like an event. That'll be nice, because then, yeah, they can be more consistent. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Ian. As yeah, we have a new item there. Let's start loot today. Cheska anywhere good? Let's see if we can find Cheska. If it is even here. Oh, Grand Washington. Mission, not the greatest, but also like doable. It's also invaded actually, so the invaded version has like 3 buses, 4 buses, 3 buses. That's not bad for targeted. It's also a pretty easy mission. So, because especially that invaded version with multiple names is gonna be decent for, be okay for that. Not. A zone is still better, likely. Yeah, let's continue getting a few more blueprints. Maybe I speed this up a little and we do a little bit of crime. Just to go faster. I'm pulling out my determines. And yeah, let's go. Let's go be quick about getting a few control points. Nice for boomerang. Yeah. I mean that's like the first thing that came to my mind there as well. Like slingshot boomerangs. You know, seems like a thing. But yeah, we'll see it when we see it. Because it could also be a unique talent. It could be something we have never seen before. Named items from the loot goblin. Oh, is the loot goblin active? That's odd. Why didn't they announce it? Yeah, let's go. We'll go check that as well in a sec. But yeah, the loot goblin is now on heroic. It's difficulty based basically. So if you're on heroic, it drops 4 items, and that's also the max. Doesn't actually get more than that on legendary. Oh, I was out of optimal range. God damn. It's so hard to see with the fog. Wait, also, why do I have the wrong scope on this? Oh, that's likely why. I was like, am I not supposed to be able to one-shot a purple? I am, if I have the right scope on. Also, with the right scope on, I can actually zoom in more. There we go. Okay, once we have... What? That wasn't the headshot? Apparently, that wasn't the headshot. Consider just resetting. Dying and resetting. Yeah, let's maybe do that, actually.
Reinforcements en route.
Madami! This will be faster.
Vital signs critical.
5-4 shot at an elite here.
Agent.
Well, I should just pull out the notes. No purples? Yeah. He's now scaling to difficulty. In the past, he wasn't. I still find it a weird choice to change him to scale to difficulty because he's way too easy to farm. Way too easy. Where's Purple Boy? Oh, it didn't actually reset the thing because I didn't go to shared space or something in between. Yeah, it's fine. Let's actually just do this. Enough faffing about. Let's start instead not faffing. Faffing is over. Murder starts now.
Detected hostile supply convoy.
And it was kind of super cheesy, but also just for here, just to... That was quite the dodge on him. What's wrong with your animations, sir? Although usually when they're fighting, NPCs, it's a little wonky. Why are you gonna go over there?
I can destroy that.
totally his head. His head was in his wrist.
Incoming hostiles detected. Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
That's kind of the reason I don't run determined much. It's a little bit too easy. But if we want to just go be quick about things, and if you just want to grind, like, why not, right? If the goal is to grind, then make it as easy for yourself.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
It's just quite often my goal isn't per se just to grind. And I do like the breadbasket a lot for this, just because, yeah, you can't stay scoped in. You can just keep already going to the next target and just take the shot when it's available. Exotic.
Detected. Hostile supply convoy. Heavily armed.
This is taking so long that I might lose my stacks, but I hadn't yet. And I wish they would also, yeah, fix Headhunter to show correctly.
That's again. Found him.
I need a minute to reload.
Go ahead.
I know this place is kind of bugged when it comes to the convoys. It'll just spawn one guy per wave.
Supply room access unlocked. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Isaac, you're a little behind. Like, the fighting's done. you shut up. You know, great on the hardcore. You can stay the fuck away from danger and similar very efficiently.
Let's get this area secure.
Outside of reanimated, I don't run them for hardcore. They're too squishy. They're just, if you get flanked, if you get something that you're not expecting happens, basically, you have a very short rope to pull yourself up with. That's why I kind of like, yeah, just the tech tank kind of styles. You have a much longer rope, basically, to to pull yourself up with. You can make much more mistakes before it bites back. Let's see actually if we still get blueprints. We do. Let's go get more. Actually, what is invaded? Because I could also do invaded missions. Cheska, Grupo, and backpacks actually. You know.
Friendly
But
control
all three of
point
those
detected.
actually take quite a bit longer than just the control point and getting there. But also in hardcore, I just wouldn't want to run it for too long. It just becomes... It has finally reached, for me, the point as well where it's a little bit too boring. It becomes boring quick. Like a little bit quicker than it used to. I feel each time I built up a tolerance or an like inverse tolerance. I've lost tolerance.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Because honestly, I don't think I've ran a determined build for like the entirety of this season yet. And likely a little bit before it even. Although, well, MMR determined. I've run a little bit of the pistol with determined just to kind of check it out. Sarah, can you head peek out alone? Thank you. Wait, why is this guy attacking them? That's funny. He got aggroed, but he didn't come from me. He went for... He's going for... These outcasts are like, what do we do? I'm hoping they just kill him. I don't have to waste the shot on his helmet. Because there's a chainsaw heavy. From the underground. I just let a few live just so they kill him. I believe in you guys. Go, outcast, go, outcast, go. Not you, though. Nor you. You're coming from me, so... Are you? Maybe, maybe not. I'm gonna... How have they still not broken his... Make him go after Elite or something. I believe in you, Outcast. You can do it. I could have just dual shot at them by this point.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I wonder if it, when he gets hit by that thing, if it actually does leg damage though. It's gonna drop the named. Do it, Outcasts. Just murder that one. Oh, that aggro hurt me.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
I killed him finally. Well done. Now for your prize. I shall murder you all. I need to. Oh. Oh. Ah. There wasn't enough. That also ate my... Yeah. Should have swapped to Nemesis and taken that shit. But yeah, on heroic, they have basically heroic level 35 damage. So, but yeah, we had a stalker. I did hit him actually. It gave a damage hit or damage marker. It's like with weapon handling, exotic gloves. What exotic primary would you recommend using blue screen right now? I mean, well, actually, if you want some weapon recommendations, especially the latest video I put up, you're on the YouTube end, right? Yeah. I go through all of the weapons and kind of give my recommendations. Blue screen isn't bad. Blue screen is kind of like a solid A tier, low A, high B's kind of tier. But generally, yeah, something with killer, something with measured. LMGs or ARs or something.
Location guarded by hostiles.
It is more preferred in my opinion.
Reinforcements incoming.
Either a red Eclipse build or ongoing direct build when playing against a bit with a buddy playing red build. Is that a dumb idea? Not really. You can actually kind of make a little bit of a combo ending. Thing to remember is that, yeah, you just won't have that much in the form of healing. It's more, you have to use that overcharge. Talking and shooting, bad idea. Don't even have this out. Take one to the face, but at least got a head on the stack anyway. But yeah, you can use the overcharge to kind of. Also, you could use the modifier of this season to help with outgoing repair. But yeah, you can kind of overcharge yourself first, and then if you put a hive out, then that actually will be overcharged hive at that point with the BTSU. So you can kind of use it like that. And then also just, yeah, to overcharge. And then you can also overcharge again, and then actually you're at 6th tier and you get the supercharge, the group-wide overcharge.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And yes, we're playing a point-and-click adventure. One, of course, went up there. Sir, come fight me. Thank you for coming and fighting me. We'll just run back. Still got a blueprint.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
There's no blueprints.
Supply room access.
Okay, so I got all the blueprints because the projects no longer show blueprints. So we know we got them all. Let's actually go see what our number is now and actually which ones we got. But yeah, in my case, it should have just been Virtuoso and then Syscore pieces and the Striker pieces. Yeah. But yeah, that means that we're still not at full. We're still not at full. And yeah, let me catch up here. Scent feels lame. I disagree. I enjoy the scent quite a bit. The scent kind of strips you of a lot of the tools you would normally have and goes like, hey, can you deal with enemies if you don't have, you know, your normal,
Appreciate the business.
what you would normally have to deal with them? And the answer is, yeah, you can, definitely. You just have to learn to how to make the right choices in there, especially talent-wise and stuff. And then also learn to kind of the core mechanics of how you play the game. It's actually, I feel it's a pretty good teacher for for learning the actual, like, mechanically how to play the game. Some new fits in the store. Yeah, we do. I do like this helmet, actually, the two purple. It's also having purple highlights. I might actually run this when we're doing... one thing I want to do is grab purple builds and do all of the missions on in Brooklyn with purples. Yeah, I might run this, you know. We have some purple highlights here. Is there exotic with killer on it? No. Killer is a like high-end weapon talent. Keep in mind that in this game, exotics aren't per se better than just high-ends. Like in a lot of builds, like here, the main gun I was using was that. But in a lot of builds, even for instance for my strikers and stuff, I'm running just a FAMAS with measured. You know, like what Pesty build runs a Pesty, but you know, in a lot of builds, you don't run just exotics. Like the high ends have, at this point, usually competitive power. In some classes as well, they're just better than most of the non-exotics. Or most of the exotics. The non-exotics are better. The exotics in this game are much more side grades, or some of them do have like pretty good damage situationally. You know, Bighorn and Chameleon and Strega and Chatterbox and Backfire all situationally can be like top contenders, Nemesis. But most of the time they're kind of more side grades. What was the update all about today? There's patch notes out there. Actually, let me. I can put the patch notes in the chat. Trello. Actually, you know what? Just so you have it for in the future as well, or everybody has it in the future as well. That goes to the Trello board, and then here is usually where they also have the patch notes, except for the ones from the season, which is kind of annoying. They usually get their own page nowadays, but yeah, the in between patch notes are in here. And what was especially in here is a bunch of blueprints, fixes, the hoarder, got changed to be always difficulty driven loot basically. So on heroic he won't drop purples anymore. And he also drops 4 event items when he drops. And then also the smart cover especially got, you can now buy that mod, and you can buy the, and you can proficiency it as well. The proficiency on the red one is duration, which isn't that great, of course. It is indeed that good. Duration isn't too bad, having a little bit more duration. If you have the modifier on, the stamina mark thing is now 20%. So when they have the blue, they take 20% less from crit. Yeah, let me catch up here. Let's go back. Let me go here. Oh, that was on that. Oh, yeah. Okay, so for the killer. Yeah, those would be perfect killer, but there's also just normal. Didn't fix Rage's directive. Yeah, it's basically the directives aren't fixed and Manny isn't fixed for the time being. The directives, no, not. Was it the directives for? Yeah, that was earmarked for the next patch, right? So likely in a week or 2 or 3. Maybe they'll push out one earlier, but usually there's a gap of like 2 or 3 weeks between patches. But yeah, I think that one was the one on the Trello board, right? For next one. Pestilence build and why? Maybe can we see? Yeah, I think that was what Enrage was trying to link. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put the 103 indeed over to the YouTube chats. Anyway, that link will take you here, which is my preferred bestie. But yeah, you can also go with, because this Lengmo chest is very much a super unicorn and very hard to get. You can also just go with the sacrifice and the Lengmo knee pads, and that is let's be in the chat there. The chat. But yeah, you can kind of go with the one in the corner. That one is a little bit, I would say, it's just a tiny bit worse. That's not bad. It's not bad. And especially with this, you're pushing the tick up like pretty high. But it isn't going all in on the tick still. It is still caring about what the weapon does as well, because the build with weapon does like close to 10-fold. Oh, well, no, it's like 8-fold what the tick can do at max stacks anyway. So you always want to keep that in mind when going with the pestilence, just going for the highest tick. You can, but it's like kind of going for the highest healer or stuff. It's not something we do. We generally like have enough and then go from there. Oh yeah, let's catch up on these blueprints. I see there's is there a loot goblin event? Somebody was saying they were getting loot goblin drops. And there is actually, there's a new item in the expertise, which seems which would indicate kind of that is likely for one of those events, like as a special event. Yeah, we have the strikers and the thingies. So yeah, now I basically again have all the blueprints I can have, which at least now does include Virtuoso, and then the 2 Sys core pieces and the 2 striker pieces. But I got nothing from reconstructed caches, and yeah, we're still missing 11. And I do have Shield Splinter and Hunter Killer. Actually, they didn't like remove those, did they? No. Okay. Yeah. I do have Shield Splinter and Hunter Killer, which means for people that don't have that, it's 559 out of 572. So 11 items unaccounted for. There is like 5 here. one there, one there. So that's 7. See if we can find them all, at least from the numbering here. 7. We find if it's a mod or something. 7. Yeah, so that's still all 7. Oh, there's 2 backpacks, so 9. Two chests, 11. That's likely all of them. It's going to be last season and this season's ones, right? Because we didn't get the shiny monkey named. Oh no, we did, right? Actually, no, we did. Right? Or do I have cloak? No. But why is cloak isn't here, but it isn't one of the missing ones? So what? I have no idea. I'll leave it to someone else to figure it out. But yeah, that at least is the count that we have here. But that doesn't per se mean that that makes sense. Because yeah, 5 assault rifles, Caretaker, Lexington. What else are we missing? What else could this be? But yeah, those likely will not have blueprints. Yeah. Oh, Lux or Lux. Lud. Lux. The season names will last. Yeah. I think we're missing both of them. But yeah, those would also contain, yeah, for instance, at least with that count, because that's also the thing. Because for instance, here we are missing cloak, right? But it isn't one of the ones that the station thinks is missing. So unless it's like somewhere else. So this isn't part of the count. So, but yeah, so this is just the things that are part of the count. The 2 backpacks, 2 chests, and like 7 weapons. How do you get the Langmore blueprint? I can't find it to the life of me, even at the descent, nothing. Yeah, so it's just, yeah, it should be just doing control points. It's all of those other blueprints seem to just be from completing the control points. So it's not from the box either. At least the ones I got there weren't from the box either. I got Virtuoso and I got like the 2 Syscore pieces and the 2 Striker pieces. But they're just, yeah, they're just completion of control points, and then also like invaded, basically anything that can give blueprints. So yeah, invaded can give blueprints, projects can give blueprints. You can just go in here as well and see like if it gives it, because they'll be listed in the reward. So if you like kind of hover over here, and it says, it would say like reward wise, it would also like where it says XP, it would also have a blueprint. And a bunch of other places too, as well, like Summit as well. And
Military operations are in progress. We urge all civilians to remain inside the safe area.
Hurricane, that's very good. Yeah, Huntsman, when you're continuously firing and have big targets to kind of fire against, it's pretty good. Let's put on something that can murder. Let's actually just go with a thick tank like that. Actually, let's just log out, log in. I'm gonna guess that's somebody. Maybe. Sir, can we social distance? But yeah, let's log out and then log in and then see if the hoarder is actually dropping. But I'm gonna guess, yeah, seeing as somebody reported that. It'll likely do so. Because yeah, let's check that. And now that we have all the blueprints as well and know that number, because I was curious about that, let's then finish up just this. I just need to add one measured somewhere.
Available agent.
Other likely we'll add it to both of these just to compare against. And
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
And then yeah, I'll record that video. I'm already as well actually go into my recordings folder, start setting that up. And for the order, there's a bunch of places you can go. I usually go here or Jefferson Plaza. I feel Plaza, like last time around, yeah. Also, yeah, so cooler, Slayer, handbasket, and a slow machine. This will make farming for harvest and handbaskets and stuff much easier. Because, yeah, 4 items. Set your world to heroic. Although now, yeah, you would want to set it to heroic. That M700 isn't bad looking, but I don't need any more M700 carbons. I already have 2, which I'm not doing anything with. And this actually as well would be now likely a decent way for people to, because I use that as well for, although that was back in the day, for like level 30s and stuff to get some loot from that. Yeah, if we had watch out still, this would be a good way to get some of like the first sight and stuff. And then likely there is a new item on the horizon, because if they've activated them now, they're likely planning to do a project, having one of those special event projects. And they've already activated him, and then likely maybe next week or something we'll get a project, I would guess. Because it wouldn't make sense for them to activate them now if, you know, if the project isn't like in a few weeks and then we're gonna patch him, do another patch as well. Is the first sight in the Goblin? Yes. Although, one thing that might be an issue, because that was an issue in the past, is especially the first sight and the handbasket. If you don't have one visible to the game, so if it isn't on the player or in the stash, it didn't drop it for that player. What you could then do is, yeah, kind of, if you can have somebody help you out and just get you, you know, do a few with you or something, and then share you one, that would fix that. Or it might also already be fixed, but we won't know easily. It's an annoying one to test. I might test for that. I might hide all my first sights. Oh, we have the stash bug actually. I might hide my first sights. And then see if that helps it. Actually, should be okay. Yeah, yeah. If you have one, it's perfectly fine. But I ran into that issue and then kind of did some testing as well with the handbasket, and that had the same issue. The thing is, trying to prove a negative is always hard. But I did like an hour and a half of just killing the like hundreds of goblins. And also, was he dropping 2 back then? I think he was dropping 2 back then. And yeah, like not seeing even a handbasket, not like getting the right handbasket, but just not seeing any handbaskets.
Priority objective available.
Safe area detected.
Stash is fixed. Yeah, let's quickly
Debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to
do.
go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Also, I wouldn't mind getting checking numbers with the backfire one. Yep, let's turn that into that build. Yeah, let's get a measured in here, I feel. Do I shift everything up 1? Can we do that without issue? I feel that we can. We just need to change the percentages here. Although maybe I put it on the other side of it. Yeah, maybe we do that. So this is... Yeah. So that kind of makes sense. We're kind of deviating up and deviating down. Yeah, if I can, we'll just say it like that. So let's put this here to begin with. I had an implementation for measured. I just don't remember where exactly. What video was that in? I feel it was in the Streamline one, right? Yeah. No. The answer is actually no. Is it in the caretaker video? No. Huntsman video? Oh yeah. Because we have this as an implementation. So if we take this and slap that here, and put it on both. So this would be 850s. And then stats block wise, it will be the exact same as this. Yeah. For both. And this is then plus 10 and 70. Actually, I could have just copied that. Actually, let's just copy that. You know what? This wouldn't be a bad idea. Okay, so now yeah, this kind of checks out. RPM wise, this already is for a striker, right? This was a striker, right? Yeah, this is a striker. Oh yeah, we have the 15 from striker there. Now what we need to do is this one to this RPM. We can copy and paste. And then is this one, that average damage is from here. That's how we hook it up. And then actually, if we even do this checks out. Is that the only things for measured? Yeah, that looks about right for measured. Okay, so actually this answers one of my questions, because this is one that I had for myself. It's just like, does strained beat measured? The answer is not for just general use. Plus, measured would just always be active. If you stop firing or something, it doesn't drop in the way that strained would. God damn it. I want that, and then unselect and reselect. So we see the exact color. Okay. Because yeah, we kind of have the, this is a weird way of doing it though. Is this too weird? Because we kind of have the obliterate here and then goes like measured is that way and strained is this way. Does that kind of make sense? I feel it's fine. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me, damn it. Control point clear for blueprint farming. There are several, especially Sleeping Giant. For also determined and stuff you can do very quickly. Also, if you're just doing it for blueprints, do it on challenging. You don't need heroic, and challenging would be one wave less and no named. and that makes it a little easier. Which other ones are like really fast? I would say New Venice is also kind of fast, but not as fast as Sleeping Giant. Overgrowth is also kind of fast, but also not as fast as Sleeping Giant. Mostly as well, Sleeping Giant is fast to get to, because that's also kind of a consideration. Also, I'm not sure. Do the invaded missions, I should check there actually. Do the invaded missions also give the blueprints even on normal? Although even on normal, like of the three, like if it was a normal like Lincoln or something, or DCD or American History Museum, those would be fast. But yeah, Jefferson Trade Center and Grand Washington and Bank, none of those are fast invadeds. Jefferson could likely be like 8 minutes or something, but that's still a lot slower. Yeah. And especially because of Sleeping Giant, you can reset, you just go back, like you can just reset the world and just, you know, and go back to the safe house nearby and then just run down again and do it again and again. But also what you could do is, if you're okay with it taking a bit longer, just go through several control points so you get loot as well. Well, that's kind of what I did. I just went for several of them. It's not per se that much slower. Also, yeah, you can get the scout in as well by doing the West End ones, actually. Where was I here? You log out and back in. No, you don't actually need to log out and back in, but it does make it more consistent. If you log out and back in, it seems to be very consistent for the first few minutes after logging in, that he will be much more likely to spawn. But you can definitely make him spawn twice in a row without. Oh, that's my Jefferson Trade Center. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you aren't trying to log out and in, yeah, do add that into it. But then also, yeah, try the DZ South one there. Because especially some of it is kind of pathing. So one thing I find works well with Jefferson Trade Center is, and this mostly, you want to go to places where he has multiple spawn points. And for instance, Jefferson Trade Center is one of those. But yeah, I generally just go out here. And then kind of where these double lines are, I kind of run south. If he doesn't spawn from here, I go up north. And then hopefully you get a spawn. And then if not, you can still go back south and he might spawn far. But this time, no, he's not spawning. But let's try now. But also, yeah, let's try it with logging out and in. If I'm showing this. But sometimes as well, sometimes he's a little bit inconsistent. My current hypothesis, but take it just as that. This isn't one of those like IKEA said it works this way. No, this is IKEA hypothesizing. It seems to be that especially around the evening hours and the early hours. Oh yeah, logging out and in, this 0% is kind of annoying, right? Like the evening hours and the morning hours, he's a little bit less consistent, I feel. So especially in the day, when it's like actual full day and actual full night, it's a little bit more consistent, I feel. And yeah, I've done him a bunch with the testing with for hand basket and stuff. And for sight as well. Like I farmed them a lot. But yeah, I'm still not like because the thing is also, it's not that he doesn't spawn then. Sometimes he still spawns like 3 times in a row, like perfectly, even in those evening stuff. But
it was safer for us if she's not here.
Safe area entered.
But yeah. But also the thing to do if he doesn't spawn for you here is before logging out and in, just go to a different area. Because there's just dozens of areas. Like Capital is a good one as well. But you can just jump between two. So generally, like if I don't get him there, I don't log out and back in. I just go to a next one. I know that's kind of the morning hours. And then here especially, yeah, take that gap and then run up here. And yeah, I would have spawned by now if he was going to spawn. But yeah, these are these morning hours. Like, I feel he's very inconsistent differently. Yeah, let me catch up even more. They're like measured more than killer? No. They're both the top picks. Measured is a consistent pick, which will consistently do damage even without a kill. So there is a plenty of places where you can't get that kill to guarantee killer. You know, the first hunters and stuff, for instance. Yeah, he's being a dick to me now as well. We're kind of past it almost. So let's actually log out and log in and then see if we get him. And then for those moments, yeah, measured. Measured is just consistent, but is a lot lower as well. Because even there, for instance, if we compare, because here we have basically the same build again with the same values down here, although we have 30 grading, but doesn't matter per se between them. But kind of killer in this settings that I'm picking here, especially with 20% headshot rate, it's adding around 20% when it's active. Measured by itself is adding like 10%. But yeah, sometimes a consistent 10% is better than a 20% if it isn't gonna be useful. Especially, yeah, for instance, if you're fighting hunters or some of the boss fights and stuff. I still haven't. Sorry, yes.
Safe area detected.
Which was the?
Agent.
Oh, keep in mind. I'm gonna guess that's CJ on that. And then, or well, GTC. They fixed that today. Today's patch fixed Lengmo. We fixed a bunch of other brands as well. So yeah, if you had farmed it before, yeah, Lengmo, Palisade, even some of the like Shiny Monkey and stuff from last season wasn't in those pools. So they fixed those up now. That's the recommend running with measured. Basically, yeah, any of the top picks. So in the AR category, either a FAMA. Well, if you have a Lexington. If you don't have that, a FAMAS, F2000, CTAR, especially for Striker, those three. And then the Fall is also good, but Fall not so much for Striker because its RPM is a little bit too low. Yeah, that heavy being there means nothing else is going to spawn here. Yeah. Yeah, it's being a dick now. But yeah, sometimes it is very inconsistent. Even for me there. Actually, oh, do I have the Lexington stash? Otherwise, I might need to jump to character 4. I think it might be on them. Also, Surgeon, if you want to, because just to like, recently on YouTube, I did there's a video DPS tables, but in that as well, I give basically my recommendations for weapons and talents and stuff per category. It's a long video, but yeah, if you just are, for instance, interested just in ARs, just watch the AR section, which is like 5-6 minutes, or well, actually no, maybe a little longer. It's a long video, but yeah, it's also a lot of yeah. Lexington would be between military. Yeah, it would be here or somewhere. Yeah. Let me quickly go get that. Into the stash, and then we jump back, and then we start recording, actually. We'll go to Brooklyn, find the spot to do an intro. I haven't actually thought about exactly where I want to go. And hey, Denison. Oh, and thank you so much for keeping that sub going. As always, much appreciated, and yeah, helps out with making bad decisions on my end. The best of the worst decision for me, but not a single time at GT. Yeah, sometimes it just, you know, random sometimes feels like there's intent behind it. But yeah, sometimes it does feel like that. But if also, like, one place feels better, just do that just for yourself as well. Like, if you're getting them consistently there, just go there for the time being. There might even be something behind it. But yeah. I'm playing with your Umber playing PvE with the GE active now. Would you say Nimble or Centurion holsters are still picks in that build, or is Coyote Mask Memento always better? Not always better. Nimble is the thing with Nimble is that it doesn't align with either of the two actions that you kind of do with Umbra. Because if you're going into cover, if you're doing a cover to cover, you're not getting charge, you're not getting number, or you know, you're not getting the stacks. The stacks you're only getting when you're actually in cover. So when you're doing the cover to heal, you're not getting stacks. But that's kind of fine still if you're just using it for the heal. You know, if you go into cover and then just like if you need it, you do a cover to cover. But yeah, you're either getting the Umbra healing or the Nimble healing kind of thing. So it's okay, but yeah, they don't like if you were getting Umbra stacks while doing cover to cover, it would have actually been a really good synergy. Centurion is kind of okay there as well. The thing is though that Centurion is rate of fire. One of the things, although Coyote is also crit damage, of course, partially. But with Umbra already, you have a lot of rate of fire. So pushing that a little bit higher, because that's the big bonus from Centurion, is the rate of fire. Like if you want to extract the most out of it, it will be better on a build that doesn't have rate of fire. But both are kind of, Centurion is actually kind of fine nowadays. If you're okay with the weapon swapping and stuff. The thing is, yeah, Coyote is just simple. Coyote goes brr. Right, you just shoot. If set up correctly, you'll be ahead in at least from just high-end brands. I'm just checking if I have any other weapons in here. No. You'll have, you know, more damage in high-end brands, but yeah, the Centurion can do more damage with the damage side of things than Coyote. But the thing is also, it's like 2 or 3%. It's 3 or 4%. Actually, in that one will be a little bit lower as well because of the rate of fire. So it'll likely be like about the same as a Coyote, actually. And then Memento is, especially if you're playing solo, it's a really good tool for that. But yeah, it doesn't like... But yeah, basically all 4 are picks. And then I would say even Exodus is a pick. And also Bloody Knuckles is one that you can pick. Especially with Umbra, I found it's not too hard to, when you go into cover and you don't have the damage buff up anyway, just toss a grenade and try to hit someone with a grenade. And then you get Bloody Knuckles up. And then, like, Bloody is one of the biggest buffs. It's 25 total weapon damage. Because yeah, it says weapon damage, but yeah, that one is total weapon damage. Oh, let's, before we do recording, god damn it, but I need to swap character. You realized. Let's check Catalyst first. Let's check Catalyst first. Oh yeah, sorry for all the lagging out and in and out and in. Where's the Catalyst spreadsheet? It is Catalyst. Because yeah, if the Catalyst is fixed, it'll be the next video. Maybe not. Because I wouldn't. Yeah, we have already had like 3 in-depth looks in a row. Although I'll likely just do the build collection updates. That's technically a rambling talk. But yeah, I don't want to do too many like analysis videos in a row. I'd rather have like something also not per se that numbers focused, although the build collection updates is also a little bit focused on there. Then I should. It's a little extra health gate for me. It gives me time. I need to
Safe area.
retreat
entered.
indeed. Yeah, if you're kind of making use of it and stuff. The thing is though that for me, I find myself just,
Kelso had to
even
go.
if I have the nimble
Said it was
on,
safer for us if she's not here.
I feel like I just hit the met back easier. And just hitting the met back and just using up that.
Got that settled.
But especially if you are kind of, for instance, solo, it does feel pretty good if you're just using it in like missions and stuff, and especially with striker and stuff, you have so much damage anyway. Having that be a form of just quick healing and a little bit of comfort. To me, though, it competes like with the tech tanks, and then it doesn't. I'd rather just be on a tech tank and be much more aggressive and be much more active. Let's grab Catalyste. So I should already, because we'll come to this character for the backfire build section. What was that thing called? Am I blind? Oh, there. Corporate Reaper, okay. I remember something Reaper, but I don't remember what. Also, yeah, Corporate Reaper. Kind of looks like, yeah, the Resi Evil kind of dudes, actually. But what is also Taxis? All right. I wonder. Does it actually have any other markings on it? I mean, there's some text on the shoulder here. What does this say? It's kind of unreadable. Yeah, that's not really readable. That's kind of odd because yeah, they can actually make it somewhat high reser, like you know, like those things, but they just chose not to. Any other markings? No. Yeah, some big ass boots. Carbine 7 is mids. Oh yeah. Is that you just wanted to share? Or was that a question or thank you a lot. Overly tanky at times. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of, you know, you prepare for the worst of times. It's kind of my ideology with a lot of things. It's just like, especially with something that is meant to survive, I just set it up for the worst it can encounter, kind of. And actually, it's yeah, it can't even tank those kind of things. Yeah, so let's get bullets. This is grade 0. The rest is all in place. So this should be Cata talent 24. And yeah, we basically need to match numbers. Let's already cross these out. But let's actually check that it's true. So Cata with full, so it should be hitting 393197 and body shot non-crits. Let's actually get some stacks in there. Let's get some damage numbers in there. I should put this to is this DTA? I mean, not on this one. Don't have any DTA. Should be invulnerable. Okay. So 393,201, 393,201. It's even a little bit over. 853,246, 853,239. That's odd. The base amount would be the same. It is this build. We're close, but we're off by more than we normally would be. Let's actually turn this into a number. So wait, how much? Are we under or are we over? We're under, right? 393,201. Off by like a tiny margin. It's not even like a 0.1 weapon damage. $201. Eight. I mean, we're off by 3. Because yeah, even like 0.1 weapon damage more. Do I have like an? I don't know, because the main hit is also. It's like something not optimized, and it's like on a 14.9 or something now. Let's try it on the headshots. Yeah, so we don't have any stacking things. Just need the shots. 727,442, 422, 426, kind of in the same deviation. 1187,467, 1187,457. 0.8, so 0.8. I mean, Catalyst definitely is working now. Let's see if we can make. I mean, the Coyote numbers line up really well, right? So this is Coyote 0 to 15 numbers. Yeah, so we would hit 356,045. Non-crit 356,046. 45.4. Yeah, so we're off by 1. 947,084. We're off by a margin there. Wait. Why is the crit off? Oh yeah. So this build is actually this we changed the build picture on this yesterday. Somebody pointed out that yeah, I had it kind of wrong. But likely actually I took it from the in-game, but I need to have 2 crit damage mods on this weapon so that we land on 50.5 and then the Coyote takes us the rest of the way. Let's actually save that on this build because I have it kind of I've made poor decision there. Oh yeah. This is our signature build, so it's 2.01. Okay, so now it's saved. Or now we're gonna save it with the damage mods on the weapon. I'm gonna stick a coyote in here. And now, 56046. Yeah. And 1018 293. 1018 289.8. So 2990. So we're off by 3. Okay, so we're likely the base of our Negev is like more off than with some of the other weapons. But yeah, Catalyst working, at least the weapon damage side of things. We'll of course also test the status effect side of things, but we'll do that at a later time. Let's put it back in the stash for now. But yeah, that's kind of nice. I can run around with it and then maybe make it likely not the next video, but the one after. Or well, main videos. But there's shorts in between as well. If your characters were fixed, but notice your stream title. Yeah, indeed. They also respond to your ticket. No, but I went, issue fixed by patch. Everything's working now.
Everything is priced.
And I didn't say any like, thank you for your assistance, and then just close the thing. just yeah, so they don't waste time on it. But yeah, so far everything seems fixed again. Let's leave this character on their backfire build, because we'll come to this in a second. But we'll come to it at the range, so they can stay here. Let's go to character 1 and let's go find a place to start recording. I'm also already gonna make an that's odd. I had a file in there that looked like it was an active recording, but yeah, I'm not. It was like they accidentally hit record or something. 250617 underscore year 7 season 1 glob mod. And in IDL in the plug. Okay. I've already got yeah, let's actually take the thumbnail from the DPS tables one, because that already has the season things in there. Do this. Okay, let's in the meantime as well log into character 1. But yeah, the badge has fixed it. I hope as well that I don't re-encounter it. Because that's my, like, every time I'm logging out and in, I'm kind of holding my breath when we're hitting like load in on a character. But likely if everything goes fine for a few days, I'll start to trust it.
Safe area
But yeah,
detected.
currently I'm still having trust issues.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
So the Scaleless actually have a spot in this game. It does for a little bit. Like it is actually, it makes kind of sense on OD. Especially because you also get a little bit more, even more reload. Because yeah, if you just look at it as just the weapon damage part of it, Coyote's more. Just Coyote's up, just more. As long as it's in the right range. And yeah, you should try to stay in the right range. But then if it's in the wrong range, it's a little bit behind.
For us if she's not here.
But still, like, it's more ahead.
Safe area entered.
Oh, it's gonna become dark. Yeah, seeing as it's gonna become night. One of the things though in Brooklyn that's kind of noticeable is there isn't, when it's night, there isn't as much things lit up and stuff. Nighttime in Brooklyn doesn't look as good as it does in like Woney and stuff. But I was meaning to, and let's use that just as a background. That's kind of a cool background anyway. Let's go to the art museum. I'm just gonna run up to that room with all of the yeah, we're just gonna do it on normal. Or I know what's gonna see it. You guys won't tattle on me, right? No snitches.
Infiltrate and eliminate.
Snitches get Danny's and Cassie's. You guys wouldn't snitch, would ya? But yeah, let's just get to that room. I just want it as my background. I'll also be inside, and you know, nobody. And we don't need to care that it's becoming dark.
Here's the part where you die.
Hostile turrets online.
We're too heavily fortified. You're gonna have to find another way into the museum.
They're so fortified. They're even five-ified. I even feel bad for making that one.
There has to be another way in. There should be a delivery bay near the parking lot.
But actually, these guys are normal. They're not that fortified, so they're three-ified. No, at the directives, they said the team is aware of it. Yeah, the I think it's even on Trello. Do I have Trello still open? It's steaming in my ear there. I can just control F for directives. I thought somebody was saying over the word it was on the Trello for. I've seen that other people say it as well. I've seen like the mods in the Reddit also say it, so they must have gotten it from somewhere. But yeah, the directives one is being for like the next patch. It's going to be where Callus fits in, but the fact Coyote is better and Tinker will exist. Yeah, well, the thing is, if it was just Coyote, because I actually had to finish that. So if it was, because yeah, that's just the damage, right? But it also has reload. It also has something else next to the reload that I forget. But it also has status effect, right? Because it does make the bleed a little bit stronger. But just that reload, for instance, on top as well, you are making a little bit of use of. Oh, actually turned around. So with those bonuses on top, it would be very competitive to Coyote, but that's Coyote. And yeah, in a month and a half,
Hostiles detected.
in a month and a half, we'll have Tinker, and that's going to be like really good for OD. Like OD is one of the big ones for that. Hell, I would even, because just by itself, yeah, just Tinker plus Pressure Point, Tinker plus Vindictive, really good. But
Hostile radio intercepted.
Theo's friends from DC
even
break into the house.
going silly with it and going Sadist plus Frenzy or something. And just making silly numbers happen.
All right, Agent. Find your way into the exhibition. Got a feeling it's going to be interesting.
And then, yeah, the thing becomes also like, I still need to actually check on Eclipse how much it adds. It's not going to be... The thing is, though, that just how much that adds is going to likely not compete against Val. Like, I can't see it adding 24 status effect on a build that is already, like, stacked on status effect. That's not going to beat the Val. And then that you're getting weapon damage and stuff. Like, sure, fine, nice. I could see it actually for that as well. For people that kind of run it solo. Run Eclipse solo already. Because they're running it with capacitor already. And then, you know, the weapon damage components. But I'm not somebody that runs Eclipse solo. Really at all. Anyway, we're just making it to the point where we're in that... Should have just done this on heroic. This mission is actually more running than shooting anyway. Or do you have any status plus? Although I would just go pressure point for OD. I would rather have the 15% that's always active and not competing as well for kills and stuff, because OD as well is one of those builds that I run in groups quite a bit. And
Hostile turrets detected.
killer would likely be,
Agent, you need to bypass
depending
those
on
turrets
like
to
how
exhibition.
you, what number you take as your headshot rate, it's gonna be between like 15 to 20 something percent. But then it's 15 that is always active. Alright, at least for OD is always active. Or should be. Right. I think Vindictive as well, but Vindictive isn't going to be more damage than either of those two for the OD player. Or well, not it is more damage, but not isn't going to beat the other picks on damage, even if you have your crit chance kind of set up for it. But you can kind of use it as a coyote even, and especially in missions and stuff. Just replace the coyote part with that and keep your crit chance kind of low. Thinker plus says per pressure point. Let's say this vindictive instead of say this killer. Oh yeah. I gave the answer there. Accidentally. I don't know. Pressure point did. Yeah, it's just a flat 15% to status affected enemies. The thing with pressure point is just it applies to any status effect, and that's why it's a little bit lower than the other ones. But bleed is a status effect, and both will be active. And yeah, flat 15 is pretty good. For instance, Coyote having more value than Catalyst. Well, yeah, although the thing is, like, if it's in a group, it's you know, it's also likely that there's plenty of Coyotes already. Kind of depends, right? But I would think just having the Coyote still around, I'm just gonna still, like, actually, I'm no longer in that character. I'm still gonna save it as the 5-piece, and then either a Tinkerer goes in, but also if other people aren't running Tinkerer, and this is the room I wanted. Other people, if everybody else is also already running Tinkerer, basically I'll put on a Coyote. I feel in group settings it's still going to be very valuable to just check everybody and go like, hey, do we have a Coyote in the team? Although you can also see it on the buff bar, like if you just are running a mission and you don't see any Coyotes, you know. Group-wise, it's always going to benefit to have at least a Coyote in there. Like the first one is worth a lot. Yeah, is any of these sidewalls active? Actually, they're the sidewalls active. So they'll look better. G? No. Yeah, G tab. I always forget what this is. Let's even brighten it up a little. You know what? Let's we can just play around with the saturation. Let's saturate it a little bit. Character is kind of dark. It's better here. Actually, here we even have some backlighting. Maybe do it like this. I don't like that. Also with the Dark Winter with the, or well, it's not Dark Winter, but the Tag Vector with the gems on it. I feel it's fitting. Let's also, so yeah, let's keep that callus. That callus one can go. Yeah. Is this all ready? This is all ready. Let me make sure this actually shows up correctly here. Yeah. Let me catch up in chat for a second. Actually, I need to refill my water bottles as well before we go. So I'll do that and then we'll go. Would be the play. Yeah. Oh yeah, say this Vindictive indeed. It's a pretty good combo. As long as also, yeah, you're kind of, it depends also kind of a little bit on the content and who you're playing with and stuff, because there is a bunch of content where people don't kind of stick together. Or instance summit and stuff, people kind of spread out and just, you know, go do their own thing in each corner and then you kind of get back there. So for instance there, yeah, that's also why I would kind of pick between the two. That's also the nice thing with Tinkerer. You can just, you know, recalibrate or just have two weapons. You can have two weapons that have the different talents and just swap out and just go like, hey, I want this now to be something else. Also giving blueprint now. They always do. All of the weeklies and dailies give blueprints as well. So actually, yeah, if you have 4 characters, just do that. Start out with that. That'll get you 4 already. That's how I started out today. But they always did. They always did. As long as you have blueprints to get, they do give it. But for a lot of us, if you've been around for a while, yeah, you would have gotten all of the blueprints in the past, and then, you know, it doesn't show them once you don't get them. Invaded missions as well. If you're going to do the invasion anyway, and weekly and daily and stuff like that. I love the bighorn. So do I. So do I. Wait, the gun? Oh, yeah. No, that was okay. Yeah. But yeah, bighorn is pretty good nowadays. They accidentally delete characters? No. I was having a bug, and some people were having that as well, where the characters would delta 4 if you try to load into them. So there was basically, you know, something going wrong with the characters. And yeah, it started with 2 characters first, and then that went to 3. And then actually yesterday I lost a 4th. That was all 4 of main accounts, which is also, yeah, the 4 characters of the build collection. So that was kind of annoying, because also actually one of the things we'll do this evening, likely, we won't do that now, but I still have a bunch of build pictures open that I couldn't alter. Because this Umbra is going to become a Cheska backpack. This PvP one I still need to like really think about. But also, yeah, this is aces and eights we're gonna do something with, but I'm not sure yet what. We'll do something. And yeah, the red factor is gonna become a turret drone hybrid. It's gonna get yellow cores. Because this really worked last season well like this with the overcharge, but this season not so much. But yeah, that was a thing, and yeah, I was trying to get help from support, didn't in the end, but today's patch fixed everything, so yay. But yeah, I was losing characters left and right on main account, and had to even resort to playing second account yesterday just for it. Pressure point will stack though. Oh yeah, they did in PTS. You get a times 1.3 and then a times 1.15. They don't stack like on top of each other. They're separate multipliers. So. But yeah, definitely Sadist plus Purist, Sadist Purist plus Pressure Point, and Sadist plus Vindictive, like all kind of worked. I mean, in there, you could even stack, in the PTS, what you could do is even stack Perfect Sadist and Normal Sadist. But that's likely not going to make it into the game, likely. Would be surprising if it did. Because they have a few months to fix it. So. But yeah, Perfect Sadist plus Normal Sadist was like made OD more OP than Striker. There we go. That's the sentence I was going for. Because yeah, you would actually exceed, you would exceed Obliterate Striker, as long as you had bleed bullets up, and the target was actually bleedable, because that's still always a thing with OD as well, right? Like it does lose damage against mechanicals and stuff because they just don't bleed. So I'm gonna say this plus pressure point. Yeah. That's going to be overall the mode. Although, well, what you could have is, yeah, as I was saying, like Sadist plus Frenzy. You know, on the second mag, because also OD has reload speed bonuses. So an M249 doesn't feel too bad. And then you would have, you know, on the first mag, you would still have Sadist, and you kind of lose just the Coyote buffs. So we're kind of like 9% behind. But then you trigger Frenzy for the second mag. And now you really do big numbers. May I ask your favorite build or style of play for the various... Oh wait, sorry. As I was reading it, it went away. Something new. Will Tinker kill other exotics or named items, or greatly reduce their usage? I mean, it's gonna fit in really well with a lot of builds. OD is definitely like a standout. The thing is, in Striker though, it isn't actually that far ahead. Like if you go Killer plus Measured versus Killer, you know, with Coyote, the Measured one is just a few percent ahead. It's like 3% ahead. It's not a big jump, right? And you do eat up that second weapon slot as well. So you can't, for instance, on Striker, you can not have an ACS to stack and stuff. But I feel actually what I'll do a lot with Tinkerer is, for instance, on Striker, Killer plus, for instance, yeah, going Killer plus Measured is the obvious like damage one, or Streamline if you're okay with Streamline. Then going, well, especially yeah, Killer plus Streamline can work, can be a lot more than Coyote. But going Killer plus Preservation, going Killer plus Fast Hands, actually. I've been missing Fast Hands quite a bit. I used to run basically always Fast Hands. So for me, I've been missing it. I wouldn't mind running Killer plus Fast Hands. That would be something I would enjoy a lot. Yeah. But yeah, Killer plus Preservation, Killer plus... the skill tier one. Why am I blanking on it? Future Perfect, yeah. Zinc Plus picture perfect for hybrids. Thing is though, capacitor. Capacitor is really good. It's kind of, it's gonna compete with that a lot. Love using exotic weapons. That's also a thing. It wouldn't work out for any, like, you know, you couldn't use, a lot of people still like running Elmo, running Chameleon, running all of those kind of stuff. But yeah, let's start recording an intro. Let me just one last check if I missed anything. Consider 400 somebody went for sales from the technology and Streamline plus Optimus and Striker. I think there's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I think more than a lot of items is gonna, like, yeah, it's gonna fit into a lot of builds. There's gonna be a lot of, yeah, wacky things you can do with it. But keep in mind as well, especially on the LMG end, Frenzy is a really good talent. But what if you could have Frenzy plus Fast Dance? Or just Killer plus Frenzy, and then just on the second mag, you go Burr. Stuff like that. So it'll be, and even for instance, yeah, Determined plus Preservation and stuff like that. There's a lot of interesting things that'll come out of that, I think. Let me run something that is late as an AI. Gotta wait up now. Group synergy build. Oh yeah, sometimes it goes like that. Where am I in the game? I'm in the Brooklyn mission called the Art. Yeah, what's it again? Art Museum. Art Museum. This is one of the rooms in there. That's maybe why you haven't seen it if you haven't played the Brooklyn DLC yet. But yeah, we're gonna use this as our place where I do my intro. I usually try to find like visually interesting place to kind of do the intro, which this one, the first second I saw it, very much. It's too bad that isn't lit up. I might try to actually light it up a little, because I do like that as a visual piece, but it just doesn't work for. It just doesn't work for the, with how dark it is for on video. I do run support bills when I actually, so I set a group. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you can coordinate the team, that changes a lot of things. Let's maybe actually make this a little less zoomed out. It would be more like this. Yeah, I kind of like this. Yeah, let me record an intro. Actually, let's do it more from below. Yeah, like that. Actually, no. I'm gonna take one quick bio break, and then we're gonna do that because I need to refill my water bottles and then have some liquid to to drink. I'll be right back. There we go. Now I'm ready. We are now prepared. Yeah, one last check here. MJ feels so underpowered even with Hans Fury. I feel like I'm not stunning and it's hurting my build. I mean, so the thing is, it's kind of what you're comparing it against. So SMGs can perform really well. The thing is, Hunter's Fury as a build is already kind of weaker than Forces if you're comparing it to Striker. But they can be very powerful just by themselves, just because you can have the armor on kill and you can have the disorients and stuff saving you quite a bit. But also, yeah, might be also how you've set it up, because if you're using the chest or the backpack on Hunter's Fury, that doesn't work out that well. I'll link here to the recommended build list. I'll do it in both chats. If you aren't kind of set up like some of the Hunter's Furies in there, maybe try that. That will likely help, maybe. Because also with Hunter's Fury, it's very easy to go with the chest or the backpack, and that's really like you really don't want to. Those are parts that will weaken a build very, very badly. Yeah, let me actually do a quick test recording. Yeah. Folders, come on. I need to just replace this hard disk at some point. It takes like forever for it to kind of actually respond. There we go. Yeah, let's go over here. You've asked for a backfire to Hunter's Fury SMG builds. Yeah, but they do different things. The thing is, Hunter's Fury can keep you alive as well. For instance, in Summit or something, I would much rather just run Hunter's Fury, especially in a place that has a bunch of tall cover that you can go in between, like Summit, and then the armor on kill and stuff really makes a difference. But yeah, Striker can just do more damage. Is kind of the thing. Yeah, let's hit record. So this is an in-depth look. So I'm IKEA, and then for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into actually shit. Is it with a dash in between? I keep forgetting. Nah, hard dash core global modifier. Just before I actually say that, and it's not the case. Let's find our shot again. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the hard dash core global modifier. And this is, of course, not the hardcore game mode, but the modifier of this season, just to add to some confusion, is also called hardcore. And yeah, in this video, we'll go over how much it can add to a build, also how it works actually. Of course, we'll start with that, go over some of the actives and the passives, explain how they will work out. And also we'll go into some of the numbers, because on the damage end of things, on the weapon damage end of things, we can gain a lot of damage. And we'll also even look at, yeah, on the skill end, we can also gain a ton of damage with the Seasons modifier. And as always, everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump around as you wish. Let's go get started. Good enough. It was a little rambly, but kind of lost it in the middle. Let's make sure. Look into the hard dash core. Yeah. Making sure my audio works, because I had some issues not too long ago. And when we go into this screen, it always darkens, right? Yeah. On the Hunter's Fury and Headhunter builds. Also, yeah, the pistol Headhunters are pretty good. Also, even with rifles. Because, yeah, turns out, we need to actually turn that in the video as well. Like, the Headhunter double stacking is apparently not a well-known... because Headhunter, turns out that the Hunter's Fury part of it is kind of double dipping on the stored part for the second shot. So, yeah, basically the stored amount times 150, if it's chain killer, you know, times 1.5 times 1.2 for also another Hunter's Fury, because Hunter's Fury is already in the, you know, the original shot that is getting times 1.5, and then you get it kind of like double. And then also, yeah, it actually goes into Headhunter, which is something I just don't mess around with enough with Headhunters to have ran into it, but did recently. The fact is wild. I mean, the thing is, I could, and likely that would actually be better, like a better end product. But also, I would run out of patience after like 5 videos of that. It would just take so much more time and stuff. And yeah, the handy thing is I know these systems well enough that yeah, I can just yap about them. Just like this. Yeah, let's take it into the hardcores here. Yeah, so we'll start active, or no, we'll start the main and then active and then passives and then hostile. Yeah, let's go in that order. We need to show, I mean, yeah, nah, not really, right? We have the icons here. Like, do I need to show this on enemies? Nah, it's fine. And yeah, let's just start by looking at the modifiers. They are always, as with last seasons and such as well, they are in this section. You'll get access to that once you reach... actually, wait. Shit. We don't get access to the modifiers till 40, right? Or is it 30? No, 30 you get access to... You know what? I'm just going to skip that sentence. Yeah, we'll just skip that. Doesn't matter. You get access to them, or well, you have it. Like this is for end game players anyway. Yeah, let's try it again. Let me actually delete that so I don't accidentally. And we'll start by looking at the main modifier, of course. As always, to go to there, it's in our inventory. It's just this little slot over here next to our specialization weapon. If we go into there, we go to the modifier that is currently available. So with this season, it is this, but also actually, if you go into the legacy missions, you can do the previous season's modifiers in the master missions, or well, the climax missions of previous seasons. So you can actually have a taste of some of the previous seasons, but let's discuss this season. And yeah, it is the hard-core global modifier, not to be confused with hardcore, the game mode. And yeah, it's kind of annoying actually that they've picked the same name, but for a season it's fine. We'll just have to just call this the global modifier for most of this video. I'll just call it the global modifier. And in here we receive 3 new attributes. This is firearm, stamina, and electronics. And for those that have played Division 1, they'll recognize these as the main stats from Division 1. And then also, yeah, each one provides a bonus that scales based on its current tier. So there's tiering to these, and at different thresholds, you reach a new tier up to tier 5. So there's tier 1 all the way up to tier 5, which is, this doesn't explain that well. The scores baseline are affected by the cores on your gear, and it can be raised by eliminating enemies marked with a hostile countermeasures. So any build that you have, once you equip it, you will be able to see how many tiers you have with that build. And then as you kill enemies that have the hostile modifiers on them, they basically have the icons of a red, a blue, and a yellow icon above their head when they do. When you kill any of them, you'll start getting increases to the tiers. And basically you can build up a tier just by killing enemies with the hostile modifiers. When they die, they add to those tiers, and that's just kind of permanently there. You can use an active that will eat up all of your build up tiers, or if you, for instance, log out and log in, you go away for the session, you're done with the session, and come back tomorrow, they're gone. Same as well if you go to any shared space, and also if you were to fast travel between the maps. Also, when you matchmake, if you're going into a session that wasn't on your same server pack, basically, you do get a reset there. So you generally start with what your build has, and then on top of it, you start building up as you start getting hostile modifier kills. And what do we get in return from the main modifier? As our firearms goes up, gain a critical hit chance bonus that does not count towards the critical hit chance cap. At tier 5, all ammo is refilled. The bonuses go from tier 1, 2%, all the way up to tier 5, 10%. So we can get 10% extra crit chance. And also a very important point here, bonus... you get a crit chance bonus that does not count towards the critical hit chance cap. So this number, only this section, can go above the critical hit cap. So our cap is still 60, but the modifier can add 10 on top if we have enough space there. Because of course, if we're below 50, it'll just fill up to 60. Or if we're at 60, we'll gain more. And this is a good thing that they did, because if this wasn't here, we would have to kind of shift around builds, or maybe remove coyotes out of builds. That would be, in builds that have coyotes, but builds that are set up to be close to 60, you might have to remove a mod and then save it like that for this whole season. This going over the cap is really nice because we don't have to reconfigure builds at all. A point here as well, and we'll discuss it later and show it as well in fact, is that this adds in after the coyote, which is very important, because if this added in first, and this would take us, for instance, if we're on 51 crit chance from a striker, if this took us to 60, the coyote would just not be able to do anything. But the coyote goes in first and takes us from, for instance, that 51 to 60. It still caps at 60, and then the other 10 goes on top. And we can test that actually in the game. I will show in the numbers part that we did. Then on the stamina end, we gain bonus armor for every 300k damage that you take. At tier 5, all armor kits are refilled. Also, very importantly, this at tier 5, all ammo is refilled. This is once you reach tier 5, because you can also never be above tier 4. Whatever your build actually has as red cores and stuff, you will hit a maximum of tier 4, and tier 5 is only gettable by actually getting kills or activating one of the actives. So 4 is kind of our cap with the builds, and then we have to do things to get to 5, kind of like an overcharge for skill builds, for instance. But this is also one-time deal. Once we reach tier 5, all ammo is refilled. Or if we're using our active, this would, for instance, if we're using an active that would take the firearms to tier 5, it would refill our ammo. Here as well, it would refill our armor kits. This is actually kind of nice because if you used up some ammo, if you used up some med packs, and then you reach tier 5 somewhere, halfway through a mission, then you get a refill in some of these things. And there we get a bonus armor for our damage taken. This is actually an important one, especially as well for Intimidate, because this is a source for bonus armor where we don't have to actually give up anything on the gear for it. Now you still would want to, because this isn't much, 3.5% versus even the 10% of a mementos or bloodsuckers or stuff like that. This isn't much. This will just get eaten away really quickly. But if you just need to trigger Intimidate, that works out well. Also, this damage can be on the shield, which is a very important point we'll look at in a little bit when we going to discuss it in depth. Electronics, every time a skill is used, your other skill's cooldown is reduced. Shields do not trigger this. At skill tier 5, all skill cooldowns are reset. So yeah, the one time we go over from 4 to 5, we get a full reset. That is also if we use our active. So we can use our active to reset our skills if we're using an active that sets it to tier 5. And yeah, just using one skill will reduce the cooldown of the other. Now, this isn't a number taken from the total skill cooldown. It is whatever it has remaining. It will remove that percentage, which means that if you just have a few seconds remaining on a skill, it's not, and it was a really long skill. So if it was just taking the 22% from the entirety of it, it will just reset it. No, it's taking 22%. 22.5 at tier 5 from just that whatever cooldown is currently going on. So yeah, it is impactful, but yeah, not as impactful as we would want it to be. But also, yeah, we can use it as a skill cooldown reset. Let's take it to the actives. 7 minutes. Okay, that wasn't. I was fearing that was already like 15 minutes. But yeah, the active is kind of the hard one to explain anyway. Let me get you up here. I think it's for, yeah, I'm kind of now question, like we did the hardcore recently, but yeah, I wasn't looking at the modifiers. But yeah, I just skipped that sentence. It's just, yeah, it doesn't even need to be in there. But also I just went there just as trivia, but and on the active modifiers, we have 5 this season. You will get Broken Link starting out, even before doing any of the journey stuff that would unlock any of this. Because again, all of the, most of these modifiers are coming from the journey, but yeah, Broken Link isn't. So you do get that one. All of these do have actually are pretty powerful. They aren't that long on their cooldowns either, with most of them being 60 seconds cooldown and then a duration before that of around 25 seconds, although that does get affected by some things. So yeah, fast cooldowns, and especially the 3 that I would recommend using is using any of the links. So we have the 3 links here of Assault Link, Tech Link, and Security Link. All 3 are designed to bring a tier or an attribute to tier 5. So yeah, the Assault Link does firearms tier 5, and then this Tech Link does electronics to tier 5, and the Security Link your stamina to tier 5. And of course, having those things at tier 5 and activating them is pretty strong. With the Broken Link here, we get a freeze on all of our attributes at their current score. That's actually the case for all of them. When you activated them, for the duration of it, it freezes whatever tier you're at with all of everything. And then afterwards, it will reset back to their baseline values. Because all of these as well end with, once the effect ends, all attribute scores go back to their baseline values. And that is just whatever you have from gear. But here, for instance, each of them does different things, especially with the passives and the actives. So let's start with Broken Link, the one you get for free. Passive modifiers values are multiplied by 2 for the duration of the multiplier of the modifier. This means that any of those passives that you have active and are active at that time, they get multiplied by 2, and this is now 2 as well. This used to be 3 in the BTS. They fixed it to become actually 2. And then you go for a duration of 25 seconds and a cooldown of 30 seconds. So you can actually trigger this really a lot. In every minute, you can have, 25 seconds uptime, 30 seconds cooldown, 25 seconds uptime. But you wouldn't want to use this one, for instance, just to lock it every time, because you would want to be higher than, for instance, 4 on some of the modifiers. And this one, though, can help at the start just to kind of help you, give you a little bit more damage. But I don't find this one worth it. Let's actually look at target-rich environment next. This one is kind of a little bit like one of the ones we had last season with marks enemies. This one, on activation, 3 unmarked enemies within 35 meters will each gain a different mark. So this is the same normal marks that we already see on the enemies. So either the red, the blue, or the yellow on the enemies with their hostile modifiers. They just 3 more go into the world. And of course, when you kill them, your tiers can go up because of that. For the next 15 seconds, all your eliminations and assists will yield a ×2 attribute score multiplier. So this one doesn't lock it at whatever tier you're at. This one lets you get it up higher. And then after this time is up, all attributes are frozen at their current score and the values of the bonuses. So yeah, this is first a 15-second time to get your attributes up. And then after that, attributes are frozen at their current score and the values of bonuses are multiplied by 4 for 25 seconds. And yeah, this is a pretty big bonus, this part. But it's a little clunky because, yeah, when you're using it, you get a few kills. You might go up a little bit in some tiers unless you have already also other enemies that already are marked by themselves. And then, yeah, you do get a pretty big bonus for 25 seconds because this is those attribute values getting multiplied by 4, which isn't the passives. This is the attributes. But then also, yeah, the passive values are multiplied by 2 for the duration of the modifier. Once the effect ends, again, all attribute scores go back to their baseline values. And this one especially, if this one kind of kept up the scores afterwards, I might see it as a pick. But yeah, as we kind of talked about, the Assault Link, the Tech Link, and the Skirt Link are the ones I'm going with the most. On the Assault Link, yeah, it sets our firearms to 5. So whatever we're on at the time, doesn't matter. The firearms tier goes to 5. For the duration of the ability, you gain +5 weapon damage, percent weapon damage for every non-red core equipped. And this means especially on some of, for instance, let's say a tech tank or maybe even an Hunter's Fury where you have 2 blue cores maybe for the shield or such. Or if you have a memento in there, which grants you 1 blue core, you do gain a little bit more weapon damage here. But also attributes are frozen and bonuses are multiplied by 4. And this is also now 4. This used to be 5. This is now working as 4. And that means that the attributes that we have in general from the global modifier, these will be ×4. So actually this +10 crit chance becomes a +40 crit chance. If you're at crit cap and you get 40 from here, which can exceed the cap, you can actually reach 100% crit chance. And that is, of course, pretty powerful. I hope I wouldn't need to explain. And yeah, that's the big bonus from there. But also our passives get multiplied by 2 here as well, gaining us a little bit from them as well. The passives this season, as we'll see in a little bit, they aren't that strong though. And then also on activation, allies within 25 meters are granted the boost to their firearm score. So you're helping out everybody around you with a little bit of a buff to their firearm score. And the modifier's duration is increased by 3 seconds for each ally nearby. So this, I haven't per se checked if this, for instance, also works with countdown being just subgroup or group. But yeah, we can gain at least, if you're in a group of 4, you can gain 9 more seconds for the duration of it. And that can be really strong, especially if, there's a bunch of people all together, everybody triggering it together for maybe killing let's say a legendary boss or something really quickly. So, and then we go on to a 60-second cooldown and all of these. Yeah, once the effect ends, all of the scores go back to their baseline values. And that's kind of the thing with all of these. You can use the active to kind of get a ton of damage out, but then afterwards also you drop back down to the baseline values, which generally means that you won't have any of the most of the passives not active with most builds. And then on the security link, we have basically the same thing also with the 25 meters range. And here we give people stamina score. And really the big change here is that we gain total armor for every non-blue core equipped. So one thing you could consider is, for instance, on a red build, going for this. But of course, the thing is, though, that this sets our stamina attribute to tier 5. And one of the best passives, we do want to have our firearms to tier 5. But actually, with the stamina to tier 5, you can actually get bonuses to, for instance, hazard protection and such for a brief time. So it can be powerful for that. So you kind of have to consider, especially with these 3, which attribute you want to set to tier 5 and what you're getting from that, especially from the passives and also the main global modifier. But then together with that as well, what this bonus is. Then on the tech link, we actually gain skill efficiency for every non-yellow core equipped. Now, this is especially as well that we can get a skill tier for one of the passives although one that requires all our attributes on tier 5, that means that we could even take out, even on builds that kind of require 6 yellow cores that aren't, for instance, running technician, mortar build, for instance, or such. But yeah, in those, if we're running, we could even remove one more core and then, for instance, rely on that. But also, yeah, in any builds that is running Memento, you would have just one skill efficiency from this anyway. And then the rest of it is similar to the rest as we get some electronic score there as well. And then the big thing is with the actives, they give a really big buff for a short while, but then afterwards you basically go down to, just baseline values where you likely as well won't have much of the passives equipped or active. I'm kind of stumbling here and there, but it's fine. Yeah, let's keep going. Actually, let's have a... yeah. This was outgoing and incoming, right? Oh yeah, this is just any tier. This is tier 5. This is any tier. Any tier. This is electronics 5. This is stamina 5. And this is firearms 5. Okay. And then that's each one. That's all tier 5s. That's 3 stamina electronics, 3 firearms and stamina, and this is firearms and electronics. Okay. Just refreshing myself there. Let me catch up here. So they can do content them saying they are late 90s or later. This is over 90. Can just sort of wait. It took them that long to respond from support. That's kind of a shitty wait time. Because yeah, they do have the ability to restore characters, but yeah, they're likely the timeline is a little bit too long, but that's kind of on them as well. Yeah, yeah. They were working on it. And then they ran out of time. Yeah, I've been also, yeah, I was doing, because yeah, I didn't have deleted characters. I had characters I couldn't log into. They were Delta 4ing out, and then some characters had it and others didn't for a while, and then all 4 characters had it eventually. But that was my issue. But that patch fixed it today for me. Yeah, let's do these passives quick. Oh yeah, let's just start up there. And let's go on to the passives, and we'll go through them quickly here. With most of these, you need to be on a certain tier, or for each available tier that it lists, you get a bonus. So for instance, starting here with extra padding, we gain plus 5% protection from elite per blue core while at tier 5 in stamina. So we do need to be at tier 5 to get any bonus out of this. And then this is per blue core that you have on the build. So at most, you can get 30 protection from elites from this, and that's actually very, very strong, of course. It can be a replacement for several cores on your, or several protection from elite mods on a build, and yeah, that can make a big difference. Then the hands-on passive modifier. This is for at electronics tier 5, 50% of your current skill haste value is added as skill damage bonus. And it's straight up that. Your skill haste, 50% of it gets taken and gets added into your skill damage. Because of course, for a lot of builds that are, yellow-based skill builds, you will have some skill haste anyway. All of that while you're at electronic tier 5, and while you have that up there, then you're getting quite a big damage increase. And this can actually be quite a bit, especially for instance for mortar build that is already designed to be skill damage and skill haste mods on top. It gains a lot of damage, and we'll actually look at some of the numbers from that in a bit, and also even some trivia with it, because you can actually reach the damage cap with a mortar build by using this in the range, although with the skill haste bonus from the range. Then interference blocker, disrupt resistance is increased by 10% for each electronics tier. So on this one, it isn't, you don't need to be at tier 5, but each tier gives 10%. And this can be very nice as well, just picking it situationally for drone builds. Even if you're just at tier 5 and you're just keeping it at that tier 5 the whole time, and you're not using the actives, for instance, well, you can have some skill haste going into skill damage, but then also 50% disrupt resistance just in general. You will also have 10%, of course, from your watch if you have that already, so 60%. That will actually reduce the duration of hazards from disrupts quite a bit. Then one of the big ones, especially for red builds, loaded up. This is 25% of your critical hit chance value is added as critical hit damage while at tier 5 in firearms. So again, we need to be at tier 5. It isn't per tier. Once we are at tier 5, 25% of our current crit chance, and that also includes any extra that we get from the main global modifier. If we are at 70, for instance, yeah, we get 25% of 70. And even when we hit the active and take it, for instance, to 100% crit chance, it is still 25% of that new 100%. So yeah, that can add up quite a bit, quite quickly. This is one of the main picks, especially for red builds, where, for instance, hands-on is definitely one of the main picks for yellow builds. We also have safety first, hazard protection increased by 7.5% for each stamina tier. This means also that actually if you are running, for instance, an third drone build, you could go with hands-on, interference blocker, and safety first. Once you have the stamina tiers at 5, because you will build up all of them, it isn't reliant on your build or anything. As you're getting the kills, you're just building up those tiers. You would have 50 from this at 5 electronics tier. You would have 37.5 from this at 5 stamina tiers, and then you would have another 10 from the watch, getting you to 97.5, which is enough to be disrupt resistance on yourself. So yeah, actually, for instance, for some of those things, this is very nice. This also, of course, for instance, for backfire builds, which are very prominent this season, especially as well. And this is very crit based, so anything that benefits from crit is benefiting a lot from this season. And yeah, safety first, definitely a general pick you can go with. More hazard protection never hurts. Usually it hurts less. It'll hurt shorter. But yeah, it kind of competes still though with, especially on a red build, with other choices. We have also specialized, so signature weapon damage is increased by 10% for each firearm tier. So up to 5 tiers, we can get 50% more out of our signature weapon damage. And this, for instance, for some of the headhunters and such, isn't a bad choice, especially with attack 50. You can get really big numbers out of attack 50, for instance, but not as a general pick one, I would say. Then we have a tier a day, and also actually, yeah, so we have two versions, kind of two categories these fall in. There's the simple and the hybrid. In these simple ones, it is just one of the tiers, one of either firearm, stamina, or electronics needs to be at 5 or have a value. It just is looking for one thing. With these hybrids, it's looking for 2 things or more. So here, for each tier in any attribute, can plus 10% total health. So this can be 150% total health because, yeah, we can have 5 tiers in each. And as long as you're not using the actives to kind of reset them back down, yeah, you'll eventually reach all 5. But 150% more health, it's not a worthwhile thing to put any stock into. Multitasker is one of my picks for just general weapon builds, but also in a lot of places just for the skill tier as well. Because yeah, while we are at tier 5 in all attributes, and this one is one of the more expensive ones in this way where you have to reach tier 5 everywhere, receive plus 7.5% weapon damage. This is just pure weapon damage going into the weapon damage category or the weapon damage stat. Plus 85% or plus 85,000 max armor and a skill tier. This skill tier is really valuable, of course, and can make things, a lot more powerful, just especially as well. For instance, capacitor can gain a little bit from this on builds where we're kind of maining the capacitor already. this extra skill tier gives more damage, and the 7.5 actually combined gives basically a red quartz worth, because we would get 7.5% there and 7.5% there. But yeah, that skill tier, even for red builds, is a really powerful thing. Just even one more tier on your shield without having to spend much. Supportive is basically the healer pick. While at least tier 3 in both stamina and electronics, your outgoing and incoming repairs are increased by 25%. Now, you could also use this for the incoming repair and use it to bump that up a little bit, but it isn't. This still doesn't make enough of a difference to, for instance, make a self-healing build where you're using healing and incoming repair. You could actually mess around with that a little bit, but this is especially for the outgoing repair to other allies, where I feel this will fit in the easiest, especially, for instance, for measured assembly builds, MA builds. This could be a really good pick, as they will also likely have, a blue core or two, because they will gain skill tiers from their gear set abilities. So then we have tech upgrades. Well, at least a tier 3 in both firearms and electronics, your skill duration is increased by 25% of your current critical hit damage value. So this is taking from critical hit damage value 25% and then just going into skill duration. Skill duration isn't that useful. There isn't many places where we care about skill duration, and most of the places where we do, for instance, Oxy and stuff, they wouldn't have much in the form of critical hit damage value anyway. What you could do, though, is, for instance, on a dedicated Oxy build, for especially ones that are just there to just do a thing, for instance, on Incursion, where, skill duration does matter a little bit, but you wouldn't per se wait for charges to come back. You're just basically wiping and resetting after wiping and then getting pulled to the next checkpoint just as a reset. But you're basically firing out your charges. That's all you're doing, and then that's enough to kill the turrets. You could go crit damage instead of the skill haste that we would generally take on some of the pieces, and then 25% of that goes into skill duration, but it seems like more hassle than it is worth. I don't think that would really gain you anything, because already, Oxys can do it fine there. But that's kind of, it isn't a great pick altogether. Although as well, for turret drone hybrids, having this as skill duration kind of makes sense, except it's competing with other things that add more damage. And then the last one as well that I would pick for red builds quite often is the best kind of defense. Well, at least at tier 3 in both firearms and stamina, gain 2 plus 2.5% headshot damage for every 100% total or 100k total armor you have. This is just looking at how much armor you have, and especially with a graded build. And that's kind of how we're going to be looking at it today, because if you have some grading, you will be able to reach 800k. It is kind of nice from PTS to here. They've changed it to be, instead of 5% for every 200,000, they've made it 2.5% for every 100,000. That means that even if you're going 100k up in armor, you are benefiting from that as well. You don't need to have the new threshold of 200k, which means that even at 700k, which most of us will have on a character with the full watch, you start with 660 as the base without any blue cores, of course, and then you go to 726 with the watch fully there. So that already gets you 17.5. But if you have grading on top, you can go exceed 800, and then you get 20%. And 20% headshot damage is actually kind of worthwhile. We've looked at all of the actives and passives and such. Let's go look at the hostiles. 10 minutes. It's fine though. Yeah, we kind of need to go through everything, right? Like, that's the point of the video. The Tinker Hole. Oh, is it? Not a placeholder anymore? Yeah, that was actually one thing I was pontificating on. Oh yeah. So yeah, Tinkerer. It still kind of looks like a catharsis. It looks like, HDified catharsis. That's funny. Yeah, Tinkerer now has its image. That's nice. That's likely also means it's already in the game files fully. Let me catch up here for a second, and then we'll continue recording. And yeah, for those coming in, I'm recording a video for YouTube. That's why I'm kind of, yapping, yapping as much as I am there. I'm just going back in the game since release, and so much to catch up on. Oh, yeah. Although that's half the fun, right? Catching up on things. Especially, yeah, if you've... Last time really was around release. Yeah, there's a lot. But yeah, just start somewhere. Start by trying to get a build together and have some fun. And yeah, just start maybe setting goals for yourself. Like, hey, I want to do raids, or I want to do incursion, or I want to get like these builds together or something like that. And then just start working towards those. I want to get my library full, or my, especially as well, actually, if you've been away since release, you have 10 levels to likely do and get to actual end game. Which damage gap would explode on the fire stick? I shouldn't range with that. Yeah, I was doing it yesterday with the mortar. Which was also interesting. It was showing one number over 1 billion, which I've seen before. But it's a rare thing to happen, actually. I don't actually even remember what it was an old way of doing it, but I don't remember what it was. It also had to do with DTA back then, I remember, but I don't exactly remember what it was. The red oxygen incursion, there's no modifier. Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah. You're right. Yeah, I was taking that as an example, but more because, yeah, I would work for Summit or something like that. But yeah, you're right. In the incursion, you wouldn't have it. But it was more like the oxys getting used in that way, because they do get used in Summit and like, Kenley. Oh, well, not Kenley, actually. Kenley, you want continuity. But, old floor 10 and stuff. But yeah, good point, actually. Oh, I'm not going to re-record it, though. I'll just leave that in there. It's fine. It'll be engagement bait, right? People will go just leave it in there so people can go, actually, did they change this? Yeah, they changed this number with this patch. This one's from 35 to 20. And that's good that I'm making this video today and not like yesterday. Because then that would have changed. Yeah, let's go for the hostiles here. And let's actually discuss the hostile modifiers, as yeah, we've been discussing them kind of already with the other parts. But the marks that enemies get, so electronics marks, firearm mark, and stamina mark, that's just marks above their head. Once you have the modifier turned on, the global modifier turned on, you will start seeing enemies spawn with these marks above their head. We saw one of the actives can create more marks. But basically, it's just that. When you kill enemies with those marks, that's where you're getting your attribute tiers from. So as you kill enemies, you'll start filling up on the attribute tiers. But those also signify enemies that have bonuses to them. So actually, let's look at the firearms one first. So if they have a red mark above their head, the marked enemy gains plus 15% weapon damage and plus 20% movement speed. So yeah, they move faster and shoot harder. This 15%, it is kind of hard to test, but I almost feel it's maybe even more. Now, we just got a patch. I haven't really played too much in this patch yet. They might have altered this maybe and fixed this or something in the background without it being in the patch notes. But this almost feels closer to 30% extra damage. It feels almost like we're getting shot by enemies while not per se wearing glass, but it's closer to glass than not, I feel. But in either case, we need to respect these enemies. And this is kind of the thing as well with all of the modifiers. We gain some bonuses and the enemies get some bonuses. Now, last season, that was Frenzy. That was just one enemy hostile modifier. And yeah, that was especially regen, and they did more damage and such. Here, we don't have the regen anymore, which is kind of nice. And also, yeah, eliminating or assisting in eliminating a marked enemy with the firearms mark yields some firearms score. Now, this assisting, this also seems to be if you're just basically, in the group, once kills happens, you don't per se need to hit the enemy. It's just if a group member kills them, it already counts as assisting. And yeah, the red ones, especially for instance, if you are fond of tech tanks and such, you do need to watch out a little bit for the red ones. The movement speed isn't too bad, but the damage, increased damage that they have, especially if there's multiple enemies with red, sometimes I go like, wait, why is my shield melting? And then I look up, oh, there's like 3 enemies with red marks. And yeah, I quickly find out that that they can hurt quite a lot. On the blue end, with their stamina mark enemies gain overheal, and their critical hit damage against them basically is reduced by 20% on this enemy. Now, with today's patch, as I'm recording, which came out exactly today, this went from 35% to 20%. Now, this is actually a pretty big nerf to the enemy, basically. But this is also just critical hit damage. So any shots that you're putting towards them, for instance, if it's a pesty tick or if it's a fire from a fire eclipse, if you're headhunting and doing just headshot damage, none of those are reduced. But for instance, with determined or well with headhunter, you would still have to deal with the overheal, because yeah, those enemies also will have basically in the same way as with ragers or such, they basically have an extra bar underneath their health bar with an extra amount of damage that you need to go through. And that can make a difference for headhunting, but especially it's a critical hit damage reduction, which also means for skills and stuff don't actually get negated by this much. And in the same way, whenever you kill them, you gain, yields some stamina score. So this is how you're getting your tiers up, is by killing enemies with those marks. The electronics mark is especially against skills, but also just general damage reduction. So the marked enemy takes minus 33% damage from skills, and also minus 33% damage to weak points. This is just generally to weak points. So especially trying to break a weak point on something that is yellow marked does take a little bit more damage. Well, a third basically. And also while their damage, while their gadgets are deployed, they take minus 33% damage, and this is just any damage. And this is especially important if they have the blue and the yellow and they have a skill out. So if it's, for instance, an engineer, once they put their turret down, they have this their gadget out and they take minus 32% and minus 20% from the crits, and that can add up and make it kind of hard to kill them. With this as well, it makes sense to go for their proxy, shoot out the turret, shoot out the RC car and blow it up and remove this and then hunt the enemy. This is also very much a thing, for instance, the Black Tusk controllers with their mini tanks. They have their mini tank out always. Same for the outcast ladies that have their RC cars with the razor blades, the lawnmowers out. So this can be actually a pretty big reduction, especially if it's together with the blue. And then, killing any of those gets us some electronic score. So all of these together are actually pretty strong. An enemy marked with all 3, especially if you get it like on a boss or something, can hurt quite a bit. If you get it on a legendary boss, this can be deadly. But you kind of have to deal with it. None of it is per se too hard for just general play. And it's kind of as a balancing factor. We gain actually more damage than some of these reductions, especially when we hit the active. But even without the active and just having the passives up, we can get more damage than the reductions of these most of the times. And then especially when you run into an enemy that has like blue and yellow active and has the yellow also with a skill out, that enemy might take longer, but on everybody else, you're killing faster. And overall, the modifier still will be faster than without the modifier. And we'll get there. 6 minutes there. How much are we on already? 33, okay. That doesn't seem right. Oh wait, is this the intro? VLC, why do you suck so much? Okay, that is the intro. Oh yeah, it is 33 minutes, okay. Thought I was missing a sound. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I wasn't heroic. Actually, let's go back to Brooklyn. I want to kind of show it in action. Also, let me catch up on chat for a second. So is the new patch promising? I mean, the catalyst being fixed is kind of nice. A bunch of the blueprints that we were missing being there is kind of nice. What else happened? Oh yes, the smart cover. You can actually add grading to it now. I'm forgetting how to get there. Yeah, because yeah, we can add duration or bonus armor to it. So yeah, what else was in there? Also, it fixed my characters. That all kind of important to me, but not an issue a lot of people were having. But I'm hoping as well. I should actually check with Heller if it fixed this as well. Yeah, let's go show this in practice. We just need the activity. I should have third. But yeah, still some, some things we would like fixed aren't there yet. I could do a mission actually. Yeah, why not? Let's just do a start of a mission here. Yeah. Actually, let's go in. Let's have it spawn some.
Hostiles detected.
The entrance is too heavily fortified. Anna is uploading the route to your hut.
Let's wait for this to go by. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't mind. Let's reset this a few times. I wouldn't mind that first enemy. Also, actually, wait. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be seed based, right? It's going to be random every time.
Hostiles detected.
Yeah.
The entrance is too heavily fortified. Anna is uploading the
Better
route to
than
your
no
hut.
fix, yeah. Because yeah, Manny is still yaps and Rager still isn't fixed. So directive isn't fixed. Let me get you up here real quick. Could our smash drop from the first time drop from target loot has been fixed? So far I'm still leaning to no. But we just got a patch that this did touch blueprints and stuff, so maybe it's fixed now, but yeah, no. My guess is that it's still not fixed. The smart guard do better. Oh yeah, that's a little duration will help. Although it's not cooldowning well on duration, right? Well. Harvest. Also, yeah, the loot goblin is active, which wasn't actually like explained at all or anything. That was going to happen. But yeah, the goblin is active. So if you need any of those items, go get them. Likely that means also we'll be having an event likely next week or something, which would be nice. What's wrong with Ranger? What is wrong with Ranger? What do you mean? Oh no, Ragers. The directive. At least if that's what you meant. But yeah, the directive Ragers is, but yeah, not the Ranger, but Rager. But I can get the confusion. Yeah, let's actually quickly do this. Yeah, let's run in. I just want to give example.
Hostiles detected.
Yeah.
The entrance is too heavily fortified.
I'm just gonna
Anna
wait
is
for
uploading the route to your hut.
glasses to shut the F up. Yeah. Yeah. So also to show this a little bit in action, here we have an enemy with a mark above their head. And they have a red and a yellow mark. So yeah, they have reduction if they were to put a proxy out. They have reduction to skill damage and, well, they have no weak points nor a skill. So they can't have that out, but they do more damage just with the red and have more movement speed because of that as well. When we kill them, you notice that we have now on the side of my ammo, for instance, where normally we have the ammo, we have 3 new icons there. So that's the tiering, and the number in them is the tiers that they are. Now every build will start with a certain amount in there. It is dependent on your cores. You cannot exceed 4. Even if you have 6 red cores, you will only reach tier 4 or starting out, and then you need to kill enemies for that number to go up beyond that. Any enemy that isn't marked will not add anything into there. So when we kill, all of these guys that aren't marked, nothing goes up. When I kill this guy, our yellow there is pretty close to being a new tier. I can't really read the number in there. It's 1. Yellow on white is, yeah, that should have some shadowing around it. But when I kill this guy, I will likely go to 2. Yeah, which we did there. And our blue went up, of course, as well. One of the things is sometimes the marking on the enemies, kind of like with last season, although Frenzy would show up basically always because of the way the graphical effect is set up. But sometimes you will kill enemies and get a bonus and not actually like it would feel as if you shouldn't be getting one. The thing is that, yeah, those icons still sometimes break. So yeah, here we have multiple reds. We're already in the tier 4s, and as we kill enemies, we just build it up. It doesn't decay. It doesn't decay in any form. It will only go away if you use active, or if you, for instance, if I from here fast travel to DC, or if I go to a shared space like a safe house or such. It's basically the same rule set as memento pickups, for instance. Wherever you would lose memento pickups, you will lose this as well. And yeah, as we keep killing, so for instance here, we've killed a few, and already we're, in the second room kind of this mission, a short mission in Brooklyn. We're already in a build that starts with tier 3 on the reds. We're already full on the red. So now loaded up that I have equipped is now active, because yeah, that requires tier 5. And I have multitasker equipped. That will not be active until all 3 are at tier 5. And then the other one will also actually be active, because we need tier 3 in red and blue. And yeah, we do have that. And yeah, I keep calling them kind of red, blue, and yellow. But actually, yeah, technically they are firearms firearms stamina electronics, the stats from Div 1. But even in Div 1, I kind of call them red, red, yellow, and blue. One thing you might notice here is, yeah, you might get a bunch of enemies in a row that won't have markings. Also, the markings by themselves, of course, just being above the head of the enemy means that you kind of know where the enemies are. It's kind of, especially with patrols, for instance, out in the open worlds, kind of like with Polarity or Guardians or such, there's icons above their heads, so you kind of know that there is an enemy coming or there is a patrol over there, because one of them will likely be marked. And yeah, as we keep killing, here, for instance, as well, we're gonna, and yeah, once we're at tier 5, that's the maximum, but there are yellow is now also on 3. So as we go, we get those numbers up, and it doesn't really go away until we activate an active. And yeah, it's the same way as well. So to activate an active, which on PC is T, when we hit that, we activate it. Now, I have the yellow one equipped because I was running a skill build earlier. But here, then we would go, that goes to 5 as well. Whatever other one was gets locked in for the duration of it. And the buff bar actually shows us the duration and the cooldowns of them. But yeah, it only shows it as well still when you ADS, which is actually a thing I kind of liked last season, that they were always there, but it's still kind of fine. And then once that is done, we go back to our baseline values of this build. And this is then 3, 2, and a 1, which makes sense. This is a tech tank. And yeah, with this, yeah, we have basically, we can count it from here, how many tiers we have. Although actually here I realize now that, yeah, it doesn't show the skill tier from Technician, nor the skill tier from the brand bonuses. It's only showing the memento one here with one tier there. But even if we equip a full red build, we only go to 4. So you never can start just on 5. You need to either use an active or actually just play for a bit. And then the 2 main ways of kind of using it is either you just fill up all to 5 and make use of the passives quite consistently, or you use your active a lot and then you get the bonuses from the active for those times, but then the rest of the time, you're just kind of your normal damage levels. So yeah, 2 ways to kind of go about it. Yeah, 5 minutes there. Because I kind of wanted to show it in action. Let me catch up here for a second. I never actually realized that before. I never look at these is the answer as well. But I wasn't aware. I knew the technician one. Like, yeah, technician doesn't show up there. Because also it doesn't show up on the, like if you have it on the skill. Because, for instance, this one, right? We have it like this. We have 6 tiers, but it only shows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. But I wasn't, I just never look at this. Because this is 5 showing here, it doesn't show that. But I didn't know it didn't show the one from Brazos either. Yeah. Also, Google Form is intention, it's not expert part. Yeah. Yeah, also, yeah, if you don't have those things, proficiency and stuff, yeah, you're getting a ton of names and stuff, just donating them. And just get a bunch of items there proficient. I don't drops 4 names. And indeed, also skills with difficulty. If he dropped you 4 names or 5 names, it might have been, just on top of that, just a normal name. Because he'll drop 4, like, special event names. But yeah, he always could drop, like, just on top of it, just a normal name on top. I don't know why it doesn't give the skill tiers. I mean, it gives the skill tiers, it just doesn't show it here. Because yeah, I just never look at these. I just always look at, I just count them out. I most of the time I even forget this exists. I just remembered it there, but then it actually backfired on me. Don't start till it's done. Yeah. Well, a lot of skills don't get affected by haste or by skill tiers. It's only really a few, because it's only really when the overcharged hive has haste and the stickies have. Actually, not even all stickies have, right? Oh, no, all stickies. No, the MP one doesn't. But yeah, the explosive sticky gets haste from skill tiers and the sticky, but yeah, most other things don't. The skill haste is just a build skill haste. That's also why with turret and drone, it doesn't matter per se if you like don't have maxed here, although you still would for more of their health and stuff. But yeah, they don't gain haste. But then, and then the hive is also kind of unique where it gets a ton of skill haste if you. I wonder. The hive gets a lot of skill haste when it is overcharged. There is a thingy that. Because this also then is only applying to the hive. But then if you overcharge, let's say you just, BTS huge supercharge, and then toss one new one out, 150 skill haste, together with also doing the active. So it's 100% of skill haste. So you get 150 skill damage back into... That sounds like something we need to try. I wonder if that skill haste, if that will align. I'm sure I should try it at some point. Also, actually, so I didn't realize this before because I read this one wrong as I was reading through the things. But I didn't realize that this is not the hazard protection. This protection from elite. This is actually based on per blue core, which isn't the way I did it with the calculations. Yeah, let's actually go here. Actually, let's go here first. I set this up. What is this? Because actually this is now incorrect because this is in the 6th tier. As if this was 5 blue, what would it be? It would be how many blues does that build have? It's this one. Because also we can go to the character to actually test that, which is annoying. So that's 3 blue cores. Wait, how does this thing only have? That's not right. This isn't right. Right? Oh no, yeah, 55. Oh yeah, no, it will be 55, yeah. What am I thinking? So this would be 55, but then the other one would be, if we had 5. We 15 plus 10, 25? No, 25. Let's change it to just be that. It's minus 30. Because with the 3 blue, with the 3 blue, we would only gain 15%. That's just one mod. No, let's take it with the 5 blue version. So we can get 2 mods out of it. But the H mod is basically, yeah, kind of 3.5%, 3%, 3 and a bit. Yeah. Where do we start with this? With a striker? I can have that on the other character. Yeah, let's go take this character back to DC. Because we'll go to character 3, so I can have the backfire one for the second one, because they'll have a striker. I can use that one for the striker. That one, and actually even this is her build as well. And then we have that too in this. Okay.
Safe area detected.
Big selection. That's what I've got.
No.
Agent, I need to debrief with...
You debrief that, Schaefer. Yeah, let me catch up here as well for a second. Fix the catalyst, yes. MA versus FI, any thoughts? I feel FI is still, like, the general healer is still going to be FI. The damage buff is too good to give up. But MA can do special things in special places. Yeah, if you haven't seen the footage of what it can do with the Lovebird fight, because yeah, it deletes the drone, it deletes the turrets, it deletes the box that they put down. Like, it makes that fight, like, it's still going to be slower, because if you're doing it right with an FI and just kill them, you're going to kill them basically, you know, because they're all chest strikers as well. So you're killing them 25% faster. But instead of killing them 25% faster, how about you kill them every time? Right, because there is no shenaniganery. Still have to watch out for the mortars, because it doesn't eat the mortars. When that thing is talking about mortars, it only means the player mortar, really, because it does eat drones and stuff. But yeah, it doesn't eat, for instance, grenade launcher shots either. from enemies. But also the thing is actually the explosions in, for instance, yeah, Manning, in the incursion, in the raid, and in Iron Horse. All of those are technically actually not explosions or mortars. What is happening is there is an explosion and there's a visual effect of a mortar. So those things, they're kind of, because they're faking it there, it's kind of breaking this mechanic. Because actually in Division 1, yeah, when mortars and stuff get fired, for instance, in the incursions there, they're actually objects. They're actually firing a mortar, and then it like checks where it lands and then does the explosion effect there. And hey there, Destroyer. Do you need to destroy enemy deploy in Legendary with Firefly drone? I mean, in general, it doesn't even need like a lot of tiering, because generally it just destroys things like drones and stuff. It just won't survive them. It'll just blow up one drone and then like the explosion will take it out with the demolisher. Because even a 0 tier, because I feel that's kind of one of those tools that a lot of people forget about, but even a 0 tier demolisher drone in Legendary, it will like take out one drone controller or one grenadier by itself. Like if it hits it, it will destroy the weak point. It doesn't actually need, like, it's not checking for the damage. It will just destroy the weak point. But then what happens with 0 skill tiers is it's just going to die to that explosion too. And hey there, Reese. Yeah, let's go here and let's start talking numbers. It's also I prepare the build there just to show it. And now that we know what all of the pieces do, and then also a little bit how it actually works by looking at it in the game, let's go to some of the numbers. For that, I've prepared this spreadsheet. I will link to it, of course, in the description. So yeah, you can go and watch it or go through it at your own leisure. And through this, yeah, we have several multi-calculators kind of set up, and even a little section on skill damage, even though I'm not per se doing skill damage calculations here. And yeah, we're going to go through all of these, and it'll be timestamped as well in between, as we're going to look at what, for instance, first the modifier can do for a full red striker build, then also actually looking at the backfire and especially getting some of the hazard protection as well for the backfire through the modifiers, and especially as well we are getting crit chance, of course, that makes it a little bit stronger. What can we get from the PFE, and then also actually strained, and here as well we're kind of looking at strained and measured and seeing if maybe strained is better than measured for this season with 70 crit chance. I didn't know, and let's find out together in a second. And then also actually how much do we gain, for instance, yeah, with killer especially as well, because of course killer also a big crit damage component there. But yeah, let's go get started with this first one. And a little cut there, and then we'll zoom in. And that one's especially there as well, so the timestamps kind of make sense. So if people want to jump around, that part is there. Yeah. Is this set up already? Yes. And let's start here by looking at a striker here with Obliterate and Coyote, just to kind of show the build that we're using as the baseline here. Just a bog standard striker, Obliterate Chest, Coyote with a Lexington as the weapon in there. Now, of course, the weapon and stuff doesn't per se matter. The layout of the build does a little bit, because it depends on how much for instance, we're gaining from the weapon damage from multitasker. Or if we have more headshot, how much we're gaining from the best kind of defense. And of course, how much crit damage we have will affect both the main modifier and subsequent parts. If we go back to this multi-calculator, and yeah, as well, these are multi-calculators of my design. We're comparing up to 10 builds here. Input happens down here, output happens out here. And what we're especially getting out is a burst and a sustained DPS number, together with some checking numbers, so I can actually check that we've input everything correctly, and I've done so already, of course. If we kind of look at just the baseline of that build, here without actually including the weapon damage talent in there. Also, we're already setting it to a grade 25 and a headshot rate of 20%. We're keeping the DTA rate on 0%. Doesn't matter. These are all the same weapon types, weapon classes, and because of that, you know, that doesn't matter there, and we're keeping DTOC up. If we have the obliterate coyote just as the baseline, when we just even have that tier 4 on top, so we just gain a little bit of crit chance by just reaching tier 4, although it is a full red build, so as we saw, actually, it will start on tier 4 with the modifiers on, and that means that we're already gaining 4%, and that's just that extra crit chance here that comes in with. That already raises our damage by 4%, and that is actually not insignificant. It isn't the most. This is definitely, this season isn't as strong as, especially for instance, the first season with By the Teeth and such. And also last season was pretty strong, especially because of the CC and the amount of CC that we had. We weren't actually doing that crazy amounts of damage, but it was especially that, yeah, we were doing, we were having a really good uptime on it, especially with microwave coils. And also, yeah, we were doing a lot of CC by just pulsing and such. Here, the damages are a little bit more restrained. Here as well, once we reach tier 5 and we have 10 crit chance from the modifier, we're gaining that 10% crit chance extra, means we're doing 7.34% damage extra here. This is also very much reliant on how much headshot rate we put here, because actually if I take this to 100%, because crit damage and headshot are additive to each other, they pool together before they multiply against the rest. That means that what number we pick for this really does affect the outcome here. Because yeah, as we see now, it's dropped by quite a bit, but I'm just picking 20% as my just general guideline. I feel 20% is a good representation of if we're trying what we can reach, and especially in a lot of places we can exceed 20% by quite a lot. If we're kind of close up to, let's say, a raid boss or an incursion boss, and we're just unloading on their face, we're doing much more than 20. If we're just doing maybe some control points and we don't want to rush out there and such, maybe we're doing as little as 5% or something if we're not closing the distance. But yeah, we're just picking 20, arbitrary number, but a better representation, I feel, at least than 100% for especially these kind of calculations. And then here we're adding in loaded up. Loaded up was the extra crit damage, so it would take 25% of your crit chance number and pump that directly into your crit damage number. So if we just have tier 5 plus loaded up, so yeah, we are at 70 crit chance, and it is taking 70, or it's taking 25% of that 70, adding that in here for an extra 17.5 there, crit damage. And yeah, our damage goes up then by 13%. So this is already when once we reach firearms tier 5, this is basically, we're gaining 13% on top just from the modifier. Now, this is, of course, still, if it's getting reduced by 20% on blue enemies, or, well, in the past, even 35% on blue enemies, the blue enemies will still take longer to kill than than not having the modifier on at all. But, of course, all the other enemies would be dying a lot faster anyway. So, yeah, I kind of like that. What this kind of shifts up in is that, yeah, we can gain a decent amount more damage, but on the downside of it is also some enemies, but not all enemies, but just some enemies, will have more resistances, and because of that, it kind of shifts it up. Now you have to deal kind of like, oh, okay, there's one strong enemy. Do I take him first, or do I leave him for last? Do I just clear out the numbers, or maybe if it's on a medic, it's still worth it to kind of deal with him? And actually, that kind of head play is, being in that kind of mind space and playing around with that. That's actually what I really enjoy about the modifiers, and they've kind of been, especially for instance last season as well, pretty much there. And I've quite enjoyed running the whole season with them on. Then here, multitasker just by itself multi-tier 5, and then plus on that multitasker. So if we have both the crit chance bonuses and just multitasker, but we don't have loaded up or such, we'll combine them all together. And that's also here kind of what I'm combining here into the weapons pack. So loaded up, multitasker, and the best kind of defense, I feel, are the 3 picks. If you're just picking stuff for a red build, that's the 3 I would pick. More crit damage, especially loaded up, a big damage boost. Multitasker, that weapon damage is there. Not the biggest boost as we see here, because yeah, versus just tier 5, because here on this side, these dark gray ones, we're just comparing just against tier 5, because yeah, for all of these, we would generally be on tier 5 anyway. We would need to reach that point for loaded up, and likely by the time we have tier 5 there, we also have tier 5 in the other, or well, by the time we have tier 5 on a yellow or a blue, especially on this build, we would have tier 5 already on the red, of course. That's the first one that's going to likely fill up, because that one's going to start pretty high. But yeah, loaded up basically is adding like 5.5%. Multitasker with its 7.5 weapon damage part only, basically in here, it's already still adding 2.9%. 7.5 weapon damage isn't a lot, but it's still, 3% more damage. It is there. When we add them all together, then yeah, we're gaining a lot. But of course, with that multitasker as well, you're gaining that skill tier, and the skill tier is very nice. Just an extra skill tier for your shield, a little bit extra duration for your pulses and such. And yeah, that can make a difference. An extra charge for a chem, a fire chem, or a foam chem. Well, foam chem most likely. And then the best kind of defense, which we're shortening here to TB COD. That one is the headshot, the extra headshot. Here, especially with the 20% headshot rate, we're kind of reducing its impact. We're gaining still, though, 1.81%. Still, overall, one of the better picks if we're just upping our damage. But especially versus this best kind of defense, I wouldn't be, I wouldn't feel bad about running, for instance, extra PFE or running the extra hazard protection that we saw that we can take as well. So you could go either of those routes as well. I would definitely say loaded up is definitely one to grab. Multitasker and best kind of defense, you could argue to maybe go for more survivability. But here, of course, if we're just looking at the damage numbers, yeah, we can gain a little bit more from that. Let's actually look at it from 100% headshot rate. Then it is actually 7%. So yeah, when we're actually headshotting fully, if we, the times we are actually hitting our headshots, we're doing 7% more. But if we're averaging it out to 1 in 5 shots being a headshot, then it hurts a little bit more. So you kind of have to decide as well, especially if you're maybe running it with, let's say, Bighorn. Although Bighorn would affect these numbers as well, because it also is feeding into the headshot pool. But Bighorn, for instance, yeah, if you're already going for headshots, best kind of defense might be a pretty good pick there as well. And then the combined weapon pack. So yeah, that loaded up, multitasker, best kind of defense, all together. I'm calling that the weapon pack. All together with tier 5 up, yeah, we're gaining about 20% on the original build. So, and even versus just the tier 5, we're gaining about 10.5% on top of just the tier 5. So the tier 5 is getting us like 7%, and then this is getting us around 10 and a bit percent, here 7 and a bit percent, for a combined here of 18.64%. Close to 20%. It isn't a bad deal once you have everything charged up, and you can just keep those, of course, for most of your play session. Getting just 20% more damage, yeah, that's actually pretty worthwhile. If we also then look at it, once we actually trigger an active on top of this, so if we have the active, and active is now 4 times, it used to be 5 times in the PTS, they have actually fixed that. And once we triggered active, and here just active with the loaded up, and also then, yeah, the tier 5. So if we're just taking the firearms one, and we're continuously just hitting, we don't keep all of them up, so we can't have all of them, but we're just triggering that firearms one, and just getting ourselves loaded up triggered, because that needs tier 5. Tier 5 then also gets us the 70 crit chance. So if we have those combined, although, well, with the active up, while it is up, it also is multiplying those, of course, by 4 for the 10% crit chance, and then also the crit damage from that is also multiplied by 2. So actually what we get is actually on the stat sheet, we see 91 crit chance, and because the stat sheet actually does show the bonuses that you're getting with the modifier. And we have 191 crit damage. What we actually see in the game, though, is if we fire at a target, and this is a build with a coyote, we do not see any non-crits. And even with 90%, 91% crit chance, we would be expecting to see a non-crit. 1 in 10 shots should be a non-crit on average. We can empty out multiple mags and see that we don't see a single non-crit, which means that the coyote, which doesn't show up in these stats, actually is going in first. So that is taking us to 60. We're gaining the 40 on top of that. So it is actually these numbers. And we do see it being these numbers as well, with the crit damage, especially side of it as well, that it is in the game. But of course, crit chance, we can only really say from just looking at the results and like averaging them out. But there not being a single non-crit when you have the active means that, yeah, coyote is going in first. That is taking us to 60. And then on top of that, the other 40 comes in. And when we have that active and just loaded up by itself, we can have 150%. So for 25 seconds, every 60 seconds, or even a little bit more, if you're triggering it with allies nearby, you could have 150%. So you could actually even make a case for this, just running around every 25 seconds, triggering this, and then just dropping back down to the baseline. Because after that, you would drop down to this tier 4 number, which is also still 4% ahead of just a normal build without the modifiers on. And then if we have it actually up when we have all the tier as well. So first we have charged up all of these tiers. We've gained the full weapon pack by getting all the tiers up. Because especially for multitasker, we need everything to be in tier 5. If we have that, and then we trigger the active, which does lock it in, of course, we gain 170% because all of those other passives that are in there now as well, those are getting doubled as well, multiplied by 2. And yeah, that is a big number. 170%, like this is really jumping up to a much bigger number than it used to be, of course. And that is the thing with this season. You either run it kind of passively and just have the passive bonuses active most of the time, and once you kind of reach tier 5 and everything, you can have a pretty big damage bonus. Or once in a while you trigger the active, or well, continuously you trigger the active and you have basically 150%, you have 53% more damage when the active is up, and you drop back down to just, 4% more when it isn't in between in the cooldown. So you can just keep triggering this with activities and such. I could definitely see that working out. Or even on top of that, let's say you have everything already at 5 and then you trigger it, you get a really big increase. And this, of course, could be a killer for, let's say, a legendary boss or such. So yeah, these are impactful. They aren't as big passively as last season. Last season was definitely pretty strong. The season before that with By the Teeth even more so. But yeah, these are still pretty strong. That was a lot of yapping. How long was that? 13 minutes. Holy. But that was the biggest one anyway. Because these ones we can kind of zoom through. Let me catch up here for a second now. Should I mention it? But the Hoarder not only drops high ends on heroic, but the loot appears to be heroic scaled as well. Yeah, it's just the scaling as well. I mean, that's the way to get only high ends. It has to go with the scaling. Really high rolls from him so far. Yeah, he's just gonna drop heroic basically. Yeah, them wording it with like he's dropping high ends. Yeah, he's just scaling. Because in the past you would just not scale. The thing was the festive items, the seasonal items, they always would scale to heroic anyway. So those items would always be decently rolled already. But now the rest of them is also. And can drop as there are so many, in the caps lock. So in this list, I'll also copy this too. In the named guide, everything that is, well, it kind of explains it when you go there. Well, not everything in the special, but most of the things in the special are, because for instance, we have these time-gated ones. But most of the things that are in the special, they're explained down here if they're part of the hoarder or not. But yeah, I don't have like a separate list of his. But yeah, you can from this kind of back. Might actually be handy. Maybe we should add a list of hoarder. Oh yeah, from this you can kind of back. Because yeah, for instance, yeah. So this would be for site. Actually, what you could do is Control F and hoarder. There we go. That's all of the hoarder ones that are not highlighted. So it's first sight, Slayer, Cooler, O'Carroll, Handbasket, Harvest. I'm gonna remove Holiday Project here. That was there for when it was actually active at the time, because that's no longer the case. Chill Out, Hunter Killer, or not, Chill Out, Festive, and Snow Machine. It should be the full list. So how many is that? That's 3, 6, 9. Yeah. Did I add in the caretaker to this? Yeah. Yeah, so let's actually add this into the caretaker. At the time. Oh, is Huntsman in here? Yeah, Huntsman's in here. You know what? Let's give this that it's updated 1/6/17. There we go. But yeah, you can Control F for the hoarder. Oh, actually, did I have that up on screen? I don't think I had that up on screen, did I? but yeah, in this guide, yeah, we just do Control F and then hoard. Yeah, this highlights all the hoarders.
Safe area detected.
And yeah, we were inactive for too long.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Don't
Kelso had
say,
to go.
Manny.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Let's put this away for now. Yeah, let's load up her backfire build. Front fire build. So we start here. Wasn't about that split. Turmoil shouldn't be part of him, but actually, yeah, if people are farming him, if you run into a turmoil, but I'm gonna guess it's not. Turmoil is likely from, because that wasn't from like his events. But we can test it out now, because yeah, some people were going like maybe it'll be part of him. But actually, we had him after, because yeah, we had April Fool's first, and we got Turmoil, and then we already had a Easter event after where he was active. So yeah, it's not part of his pool. Did I say Snow Machine? I did say Snow Machine. Why? Or part of that list? Yeah, I think it did. Or maybe I didn't, but we counted 9. Yeah, that's in that list. You have the tools. Yeah, let's continue with this, because also, yeah, I want to finish this up, and then we're likely gonna call it after, because I need to edit it together and get it up before evening stream. But then I'll be back on the evening stream and we'll continue on them. Because we need to just do this and these and then, which is another, like, hopefully not too long. Yeah, but let's get going. Next up, now that we've seen what it can do on just a normal striker, what if we take a build that might benefit a little bit more from it? So here I'm taking 313 from the build collection, which is the hazard protected striker, made for backfire specifically. In it, of course, we have 100% hazard protection, or 100% bleed protection, 90% general protection. Also, actually, yeah, so for those wondering, we'll kind of address that when we go into the build collection updates, because I did look into, how much does the Cavalier version lose, the Ninja Bike Cavalier version. It is around 10%, but it is kind of worth it if you are going for blue or yellow cores for a shield, maybe, because you basically lose 10% damage, and you gain a blue and a yellow. If you're taking some blues into a build like this, actually the Ninja Bike one isn't the worst pick. But we're just going to take this as our baseline, as this is the build that I have currently, and look at it, and we can kind of get some approximations, at least also for the other one, of if we have the backfire. Of course, if we have the tier 5 crit chance, taking our crit chance just to 70, instead of gaining, if we scroll up again, we gain, for instance, there 7%, 7.34%. Here also still with 20% headshot rate and such. So similar kind of metrics for those. We're gaining 10% because, of course, the crit off of the backfire is pretty big. We also have the option here to take it to 0 stacks. If we are at 0 stacks, of course, yeah, where crit is pretty low and yeah, we're gaining less. But of course, we're kind of going to be looking at it at 100 stacks nowadays as well. Getting to 100 stacks on a backfire isn't the worst, but even on 50 stacks, this pumps out pretty competent numbers. This is, of course, just basically a mag out and hitting all of it, which for the situations you would want to use this would kind of hit. And if we kind of compare that to, let's say, here though, without the weapon talent included, striker build with just general setup striker with the Lexington. I was kind of searching for the word there, but yeah, so we have around 12 million there, but on top of that, we would gain, for instance, killer or measured, which would be another 10%. But here, even at the 50 stacks, here, we're doing okay. And especially at 100 stacks, this build can be competitive, and backfire can definitely be competitive. Especially when we start also, yeah, adding in, for instance, on top of that, loaded up as well. Now, loaded up doesn't gain us as much as the previous ones because now we're really dumping into crit damage. There's also, for instance, the reason why I don't think it's a good idea, for instance, put a backfire onto an Umbra build. You're kind of feeding too much into one pool. That is not going to work out with the diminishing returns of an additive system where as we add in more, we're getting less and less in return. So pumping one stat up really high, unless it actually on the final values makes sense, it doesn't make much sense. And Umbra is definitely, for instance, yeah, it's feeding too much into there. Here as well, we're getting a little bit more crit damage out of it, but we're already hitting into the 300s with it, crit damages. And yeah, that's giving us severe diminishing returns. But still, we're gaining a little bit more. So yeah, with just that tier 5 crit chance, this build is gaining 10%. But then there is another thing, of course. We could take the hazard protection from it not being from the build itself, but actually getting it a little bit from the modifier. So yeah, we have the modifier of safety first, where we gain some hazard protection. I'm totally gonna look up in the game actually how it worked again. Actually, yeah, let's cut that. I should have looked for that. Also, I was a little rambly there. This was for each stamina tier, right? Yeah, this extra padding is at tier 5. I wasn't sure. If it was for each tier or... I mean, at max, we're getting the 37. Let me get you here for a second. That's for streaming. Need to game and building fire cliffs baseline. Tips to keep some away. Didn't block me. If you want to, especially, I'll link to the YouTube channel if you're not familiar with it. In there, I do build showcases, and especially, for instance, yeah, for Fire Eclipse and such, I even have a master class. But Maybe watch, because if you have the build already and such, well, you could watch the whole thing, but especially watching a little bit of the gameplay. And also there is the, I think in the Fire Eclipse one, I have that as well. There's a little bit of a tips section, like a tactics kind of section, because especially knowing to double tap to ignite your chems is a big, big one. Because yeah, your fire cams, you can fire them out and then double tap, and that will ignite them. Once they're on the ground, you double tap and they ignite. You don't have to like shoot them or something. So, but yeah, go to the channel and yeah, look for Eclipse, and then you'll find those videos. Yeah, let's try this again. And from that striker, let's go to a completely different striker, here set up for a backfire. If we take it into the game, this is the version we're going with. This is a striker set up to be 90% general hazard protected, and then there is one bleed mod in here for 100% hazard protection against the backfires, of course, damage here. Now, nowadays, you can actually run the backfire very easily without, without these, as yeah, once you reach 100 stacks, actually, it doesn't bleed you anymore. That still does hurt reaching up to that point, but it's not as bad, especially now as well. It's half of your armor, 50% of your armor at max stacks, not 100% as it used to be. And at 100 stacks of the backfire, this build does really well, especially as well with the striker at 100 stacks on top of that, of course. And that's also what we're setting up kind of here with the Obliterate version. There's also, of course, a Ninja Bike version that is quite popular nowadays. I've kind of looked into it recently, and we'll look into it even more with the build collection updates. But yeah, going Ninja Bike and a piece of Cavalier versus this build, you basically lose around 10-ish%, a little bit over 10-ish% in damage at max stacks. But what you then gain is a blue and a yellow core, which can be worthwhile for instance, a shield or such. If you are going full red, go this route, I would say. If you want to have, for instance, yeah, a shield alongside of it, which definitely isn't a bad idea, especially with a striker shield here, the firewall specific shield. Yeah, the Ninja Bike is actually not that bad of an idea for this build. But still, this build does do like 10-12% more damage at full stacks than the Ninja Bike version. So we are taking this one as our numbers, as our baseline numbers, because I kind of like the red version. If we take it back to the spreadsheet, so yeah, that's that backfire 3.13, that's the number of it in the build collection. If we just have 10% more crit chance with tier 5 crit chance, tier 5 of the firearms giving us 10% crit chance, already we're seeing a 10% increase in that, in our damage, which is a lot more than we saw with the striker, going from it to a tier 5. With the crit chance there, we're gaining 7%, here we're gaining 10%. And of course makes a lot of sense because we're using the backfire here as well at 100 stacks, set in as at 100 stacks, meaning that we're gaining a lot of crit damage from that. And then yeah, the more crit chance we have, especially talents that are very reliant on crits, benefit a lot from that. Here's what we do have the option to take the stacks up and down. If we take it actually to 0 stacks, we see that it isn't that big of an increase. So yeah, it is, of course, as we build it up, we're gaining quite a bit more from it. If we take it back to 100 stacks, we see as well that with loaded up on top, because yeah, if we have tier 5 plus loaded up doesn't add in as much. So we're gaining more from the crit chance part of it, because of course, you know, we have a pretty high crit damage number at 100 stacks. But actually, our crit damage number is really high. And because of that, the loaded up, which feeds into crit damage, actually, we're not getting that much from it. Still worthwhile to put in. Another 4.5%, 4.3%, or well, 4%, let's say. Damage, that's still worthwhile. It's just one passive, so you would want that in there. And when we trigger it with the active as well and take it to 100%, crit chances and such, then we see pretty big returns. But actually what we see is that it's less returns than we would see from the striker, because the striker was going to 150-ish%. This is not being with all 5, but this is basically competing to this, so 153% there. Here though, we aren't with just active and loaded up. And that's of course because, yeah, we're pushing that crit damage number into really heavily diminished returns. We're really not seeing the returns there that we would, you know, when we are this high up in the air. So yeah, it's still though worthwhile, yeah, here and there triggering an active or even running it with the active. Although of course with the stacking mechanics of both backfire and striker, you kind of want the continuity of this. But then also we have safety first, and safety first for every tier of it, we're gaining 7.5% with each stamina tier. And that gets us at tier 5 of blue. We're getting 37.5% general hazard protection. What we can use that for is actually to take out 4, a bleed mod and then 3 hazard protection mods. Because actually to be bleed immune for the backfire, all we need is 95. Because it is 20 ticks of it. So it basically, if we're reduced, what we have to do is reduce it to less than, or it's 10 seconds worth. What we need to do is reduce it to less than 0.5 of a second, so half of a second. When you reduce it beyond that, that means that it will not actually trigger the effect. That is how hazard protection works, and also how hazard immunity works. You don't actually need 100%. For the backfire, it being 10 seconds, for us to reduce it to below 0.5 seconds, we need 95%. And yeah, once we have 95%, we're kind of free of that. But that also means that with 37.5%, we can actually remove 40% and still be hazard immune or bleed immune at least. What we see then is if we take that, what we get actually is, of course, a little bit more crit in return. What we can put in there is then, in effect, 4 more crit damage rolls. Now, our crit is already really high, but if we're kind of comparing it here to the original number, we can already gain from that as well another 9%. And this is all against these original number here. Yeah, we can gain, quite a bit above it just from those 2 modifiers. So especially with this build, going with those 2 modifiers is a really good choice. Here, though, we're on a full red build. It's going to take a little bit of time to build up to 5 tiers of blue. So you might choose to go for less or such, just so you have it earlier. But reaching tier 5 also doesn't take too long, as we kind of saw, going through even 2-3 rooms. Even for a full red build, we were already reaching pretty high there, depending on how lucky you get with the spawns. It is basically RNG. But that would mean maybe running a different weapon for a little bit, getting those few kills in then, and then for the rest of the session, basically keeping the backfire. But the thing is, though, that if you're just going to main the backfire still, that hazard protection coming in from blues might mean that you might be better off adding in a few blue cores in here, and then just having a consistent value that you can already play with. But that would, of course, lower the damage by a lot if we're taking this weapon damage out. And then also we might lean more towards having maybe a ninja bike in there. But yeah, altogether, we're reaching a much bigger number than our original, just without any modifier number. Also, between these, yeah, we gain about the same amount, but a little bit more once we have that safety first from between these steps. So, especially with the backfire, it does make a lot of sense to, yeah, the backfire makes a lot of sense for this season. That's why you've seen it around as much as you have, likely. And especially going also with safety first to gain a little bit more crit damage from there as well. Really a good play to do with it. I kind of fumbled my way at the end there. Still 7 minutes. Ish, fine. How long are we up to? We're already over the hour mark. It's fine. We just have this last 2 to go. That one was a bigger one as well. I could have made that one briefer, but it's fine. Let's see something. And let's look at some of these situations, but a little briefer. First of all, we can, of course, get some extra PFE. So the PFE is also based on reaching tier 5. Wait, what? This was tier 5, right? Yeah, tier 5. Okay. Maybe I should delete that right away. I just looked it up a second ago and I lost it already. Because yeah, safety first is per tier. What's this one called? Actually, extra padding, right? Extra padding, yes. Kind of losing my mind almost. Yeah. And next up, we'll briefly look actually here with extra padding. Now, extra padding can get you for every, at tier 5, you gain +5 for every tier, or every blue core that you have. Good, yeah. Let's do that again. And let's look at one other situation which can benefit quite a bit from one of the other modifiers, which is PFE builds, because we can actually get PFE from one of the modifiers. Extra padding. Here I'm taking an SMG striker where we have, or God damn it, so striker so much. Also, why don't I have this build loaded? What am I thinking? Let's load the build. And another one we want to look at very quickly is extra padding. Extra padding can get us extra PFE for every blue core that we have. You do need to be at tier 5. You need to be at tier 5 in stamina to activate it. And then for every blue core that you have, you gain 5% PFE. Now, especially with PFE builds, so here we're taking as our basis actually this build, although with a little alteration, which isn't per se fair. But yeah, we're taking it with actually being 5 blue cores, just as for discussion's sake. Here though, I have the chest and backpack actually red cored, and I kind of like it with 3 blue cores. But yeah, for the purposes of this discussion, we'll look at a 5 core one, so we can gain 25%. From the modifier, because yeah, if you're just gaining 15%, which this build would gain, that's not per se enough to make an impact. Here with 25, if it was 5 blue cores and then we still had the coyote there, then we would gain actually like 6 and a little bit percent, which isn't too bad either. Right, this is just damage on top, but this one isn't per tier. This is per you need to be at tier 5. So we never start on tier 5. Even if this had 5 blue cores, we would need to still get a few kills to get that last little bit of PFE. But at least with PFE, that's kind of fine, because if you're starting the session, you might start, especially if this had 5, if this had 5 blue cores, it would be on 3.5. So it would just take a little bit to take it into, or well, it would be 3.5. It would just take a little bit to take it all the way up to 5. And in that meantime, you still have 15%, and then it's, you know, no, you don't, because it's the other way around. It's you need to reach tier 5. You don't have anything in between. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit tired and making mistakes. Wait, I likely said that. Let's just read it. I was gonna go look for a point to maybe do a cut and do it, but let's just do it anyway. And here another special thing we can look at is with extra padding, we can gain some PFE. In this case, we have to be at tier 5 in stamina tier 5 for it to activate, and then we gain per blue core that we have 5 PFE. So here we're kind of taking this PFE build, although actually we're doing it a little bit differently. Here I want to keep the chest and backpack for towns, and also for PFE builds, I like having around 3 blue cores, 4 blue cores at most for general play. But if we look at this with 5 blue cores, which I don't have here per se, but if it was, then we would gain, once we reach tier 5 in stamina, we would gain 25. Now that one is a little bit more impactful once we can gain 25, because yeah, with 15, it's still, you know, you might take it on top, but it's not that valuable. If we take it back here, we're calculating it up with the numbers as if it would be 5 blue cores. But then, of course, this extra PFE only comes in once you reach stamina tier 5, which means that if you're just putting on a build just to fight rogues, let's say, because that's usually where I pull out my PFE, is like in a mission, it goes rogue agents detected, I just grab my PFE and really make that fight not per se fast. It would be much faster on whatever build I'm likely on, but more consistent. It's basically guaranteed that I'm going to win that fight. But when we're loading it in, we would, for instance, even if it had five blue cores, we would start with 3.5 tiers. So we would need to get some kills first before that would be active. And that's, of course, by that time, we're already past the rogues, right? So this one is a little bit more situational, but if you're kind of running a PFE for, let's say, a mission, you have to kind of be cognizant of, yeah, I need to reach tier 5 first, or I need to use my active for when I need it, or just, yeah, kind of use it passively and just have the passive modifier just be up the whole time. Because, yeah, it isn't always active, but it will activate over a little bit right into your mission. So you could likely play a little bit more safe if you're, for instance, using this for master missions, for something where PFE builds do get used quite a bit. You might play the first few rooms a little quieter or a little slower, or maybe go do a few activities before you go into the master mission, because it doesn't reset at the start of a mission or anything. You could just go do a few activities, be at 5, and then go into the master mission. Oh yeah, let me cut it. We can cut it there. 1 second. Mission or anything. I completely lost it. But also my mind was going like, wait, you can't do the previous master missions with it. But yeah, you can do the future ones. Part of a mission or anything. You could just go do a few activities, be at 5, and then go into the master mission. Now we'll cut it there and fade on over. Yeah. And when you do gain a little bit of damage. It isn't significant, of course. We're just replacing, in effect, 2 blue cores, or well, 2 PFE is going into becoming 2 crit damage mods in this case. And yeah, 24 crit damage gains us just this 6.85% or 6.58%. If you were to run this, for instance, just for that 15, maybe, or with the 3 blue cores, just for 15, this would kind of be halved by that, of course. It is still more damage and definitely a pick to take. I don't think it's really handy for dedicated PFE builds, because we usually pull those out for specific fights. We don't go kind of, I don't generally run them. It's more for rogues, or if we're doing something where we know there's going to be a lot of elites around, for instance, or in countdown or such. By the time of extraction, you would likely have this up, I would say as well. So for there, it might work. But yeah, for general play, I feel it's more useful actually for people running red builds and just having a little bit more PFE. But yeah, we can gain a little bit more there. Let's go on to the next one. Anyway, let me catch up here. The missing thing, I thought the season number dropping until next week. I was yeah, they didn't say anything about it being active, but yeah, he is. Likely because they need patches to activate and deactivate them. And likely they're doing this now, and then likely next week or the week after we'll have a seasonal event. I would expect that. Because yeah, we also have an item actually in the expertise. There's a new SMG, which I've lost the name of already. Slingshot. Hey, that was it, Slingshot. There's an SMG there, so that's likely the new item as well. But we don't know what it is. We just know it's a UMP. It's in the expertise. Yeah, let's do this one. And let's also quickly look at several weapon talents, which are also, of course, kind of affected by this. One of my main questions was especially looking at just on Striker with Strained. With Strained makes sense. Here, though, with just still the Lexington. Now, of course, with Strained, we could go with lower RPM weapons to kind of maybe improve it a little bit. But the Lexington is so far ahead that doesn't work out anyway. So yeah, we're still taking the Lexington. And generally as well, Strained was already ahead of Optimist, even on higher RPM weapons. I know that fallacy still goes around of like, although nowadays they aren't relevant anymore, but in the past of like Strained is better on low RPM weapons and such. No, Strained used to beat Optimist even on a FAMAS. It wasn't more so till it was much more affected by firing time, and that became much more of an issue, for instance, with a Vector 45, which is firing at 1200 RPM, but also has 5 rounds less. Like that 5 rounds less actually matters quite a bit there as well. That aside, strained. If we take strained, and I especially add in just strained itself, so we're going up against just in the middle here, we have the obliterate coyote. And actually, we're doing a little bit of a weird thing here, but that's just because I added them in later, but might be a little bit confusing. But we're going up into measured and then measured plus tier 5. And down here, we're going into strained and strained plus tier 5. So we can kind of compare them on either sides. And the main is just the 100% point is just this obliterate coyote, just without the weapon damage talent included into there. So once we have just normal strained, this would be around 8%. And this is with 20% headshot rate. And then measured, especially with the high grading that we have here as well, we are going into the 10.91% that we kind of have here. So we're going 11% from measured normally and then strained normally, because this is before the modifier, we're gaining 18 or 8%. If we account for that extra 10 crit chance, now that doesn't affect measured that much, because measured is especially going into the total weapon damage, and the rate of fire, but it is still, of course, gaining just 10% more crit chance, and will is already critting, so it's just critting more. But of course, strained is affected by it. So what we see then there as well is this here, the top one measured with the 10% extra crit chance from a tier 5 firearms is going to 19% from that 10%, 11%. This strained is gaining more in percentages or in relation, just going to that extra tier 5, but it still doesn't beat the measured. Because yeah, it's going to this 17.4%. So it is a big improvement for it, just having that extra 10% crit chance, and makes it competitive actually with measured, I would say. But I would still pick measured over it, because this was the question that I would had here, is just like, is it worth running strained this season, especially if we're just keeping it on the tier 5. Now, when you push it with the active, we do gain quite a bit there. And we don't have it on the inverse side here, but yeah, especially with the actives up, it does exceed what measured would add in, of course. So if you're using the actives quite a bit, strained can make some sense, especially when we're moving it to, let's say, an MG5 or such, which I'm not doing here. And we might look at that in the future a little bit, because I might have a follow-up video for this, but we'll see, as I have a lot of video ideas. But yeah, when the active is up, then strained, when we're going to 100% crit chance, yeah, it's pulverizing measured. But I feel for general use, I'm still going to go with measured over strained, also because measured is just basically always active. Strained, of course, when you stop firing, if you're going from target to target, or the target is hiding for, just for 2 seconds because you accidentally suppressed them, then you're losing that bonus. You're dropping back down, and then you're building back up strain. So especially there, yeah, I feel measured still has it. We also kind of then go look at killer for a second, because that's of course the other one that can gain quite a lot. Killer's numbers here, just going into killer, yeah, the normal numbers that we see, 20%-ish from killer. Then only having the crit chance tier 5. So this would just be the gain that we would see without killer active. That would be 7%. So we have basically the base constituents of what we're going to look at here, which is killer plus crit chance there. And what we see actually is that the sum is larger than the parts, because of course we're putting in a little bit into crit chance. We're gaining, when we get that 10% more, we're gaining 7% from that. When we're putting in 70 crit damage, we're gaining 20% from that. But with the both combined, yeah, they're multiplying against each other. So we're getting this 31%. And that is a pretty big buff, of course, especially for killer. Yeah, when you are on tier 5, you're basically doing 10% more damage, with just because of that 70 crit chance. And yeah, that is a big jump. So yeah, especially with killer and such, that does get affected by this. And this is kind of the thing with this season's modifier as well. It's having a lot of crit components. A lot of things with crit are affected by this. And then, yeah, when we take it, especially with also the actives up and active with just loaded up, we're already pushing way beyond the initial numbers of the striker obliterate. And then, of course, on top of that, the weapon pack does even more so if you do have it on all tier 5s when you trigger the active. let's take 1 second here as well, just to look very briefly at some skills. Let's actually load back into character 1. When you do gain we can gain a little bit more there. Let's go on to the next one. And when you do, yeah, that's that one. This is this one. Let me catch up here for a second as well. Charge knee pad blueprints from yeah, even if you had all the blueprints, Virtuoso, 2 striker pieces and 2 Syscore pieces. I think that's what Sander said as well, right? Yeah. Yeah. Basically, there is a bunch of blueprints. Even if you had all the blueprints, yeah. Virtuoso wasn't available. It was just missing. So now they fixed that. And then, yeah. Striker, chest, and holster, and 2 pieces of system corruption have been added. So everyone has to go get those. And also, yeah, if you were missing like the Lengmo Palisade pieces and stuff like that, all of those have been fixed as well. Shiny Monkey. What happened to my characters? They were, we couldn't access them. I had that issue for like a little bit over 2 weeks. Oh, well, no, a little bit under 2 weeks.
What I've got for you.
But yeah,
I need to debrief with Schaefer.
2 of my characters, if I loaded up in them, they would just delta. I would just give it delta 04 and just not do anything, and not load up in them. Started with 2, moved to 3, and then became 4. And yeah, that was kind of annoying. And with kind of annoying, I mean very, very annoying. But the patch fixed it. Yay. I'm hoping also it doesn't come back. I'm still kind of dreading each time I'm trying to log in. But so far so good, so yay. But yeah, that was kind of a issue for the last 2 weeks, because also I was trying to do build collection stuff work and I couldn't access the characters, which kind of sucked. Yeah, let's go back here. And yeah, let's do this segment quick. And we'll briefly look at hands-on as well. Although, yeah, we're not going to use a full spreadsheets or anything for that, just to kind of show what the increase is of it. We might actually come back around and kind of look at this. And together with that, actually, I want to make a calculator for the skill damages and such. But what we have here is 2 variants, although actually it's not the build we're going to see in a second. It is actually the explosive build on character 5 on the build collection. And this is the mortar hitting. And the mortar build, of course, has a decent amount of skill haste. So we're in there going from 6.3 million per hit, because we have 134 skill haste, and we're getting 50% of that back into our skill damage. And then actually here as well, I'm just hitting the active, which is multiplying that by 2. So we're getting 100% back in skill haste into skill damage. That number goes up by quite a bit. And we suddenly go from 6.3s into the 10 millions. And this was, yeah, just with the backpack talent up and not even in sync triggered. And that is actually a 67% increase. So a 2/3 increase because of that extra skill haste there. If we take it into the game, I actually have this this one at the ready, which is the somewhat improved version over it, which is the explosive build, but then with the sacrifice. This one does have actually 1 skill haste less, but has that DTA on it. And yeah, if we take just our numbers here, and actually, do I have damage numbers enabled? I do not. Let's quickly do that. We need the second hit anyway, because on the first hit, I'm triggering my shock and awe, and on the second hit, it is active. So this number, whatever we hit here for, is this 661, and this is, of course, with that in sync or capacitor up. Now, I have the passive, we're going to equip the passive of course, of hands-on here, especially as well for skill builds. This plus especially safety first and interference blocker can actually be really good picks. The multitasker as well, just for that extra skill tier, can be quite useful. One thing you can do is also after you have actually reached tier 5 is, for instance, have this running before that and have some extra hazard protection for just disrupt protection. Once you're tier 5 on everything, then come in here and swap this to this and have multitasker up for extra skill tier. But yeah, especially interference blocker for disrupt resistance, of course, makes a lot of sense. But hands-on is a really powerful tool, because actually what we're going to see here in a second is once I have it up, and then also I'm going to activate my active. So we're going to fire one, just actually already trigger shock and awe. Now I'm going to trigger my active, and now we're going to shoot again. And of course, with that hands-on, my skill haste is going into skill damage. And yeah, we're doing around the 10 million mark. And of course, we can make this a little bit extra silly because the range has a skill haste. And if we turn that on, if you've never hit the damage cap before, it has never been easier. And also the rare one where DTA interferes a little bit and we go over the damage cap. If you're unaware, there is a damage cap. 1 billion is the damage cap. If you do more than 1 billion, it just caps at 1 billion. That's also nothing in the game has more health on armor than 1 billion. And DTA can actually interfere a little bit with it and kind of misreport a little bit of a higher number. But yeah, that's of course only here at the range. But yeah, there is of course ways of gaining some skill haste and such. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the shenanigans that we'll pull out of it. But in general, just the increase of around at least 50% on a build that has a ton of skill haste. Now, for instance, Eclipses have less than, for instance, a build like this, which actually has, although actually I need to turn this off again if we want to look at that number for realsies, because otherwise it'll show 500 something. And here we can just come in here and look at our skill haste, which is 94% here. So yeah, when we're triggering that active, we're getting 94% more skill damage there, and that can make quite a big difference. And I've been quite enjoying running that active and just triggering it here and there on Eclipse, or just running an Eclipse with that up and just doing a little bit more damage. Like it isn't that much if you're just using it, reaching tier 5 and just having it up. It isn't as big of an increase as we see here, because here's, yeah, it is getting doubled by the active. But yeah, skill builds actually performing really well this season. Let's take that out. I already forgot. What was the idea we had with skill haste? That was the idea I had with skill haste. Oh yeah, overcharging the hive. But yeah, we need to test that. And yeah, let's take it. That room isn't that far, right? Let's quickly take it to there. Can I just go to the mission right away? Yeah, let's get back to that room. And I want to use, for the outro, I'm going to use the... that same room. Yeah,
the Rat Queen is hiding out in the museum. Infiltrate and
got up. I was about to say Manny, but...
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Shut up, man.
He said it was safer for us if she's not
Manny
here.
felt left out. So. Oh yeah, let's go back here while we're running down here, and I can catch a bunch in chat. Target base with thermal knee pads, a number of chests is good enough for the new season. Louis says on the build. Yeah, thermal is kind of fine, but yeah, you have to be aware that spreading your damage around can also get you into trouble. So if you ever feel like, hey, I would have survived if I had just killed this one guy,
Hostile turrets online.
you likely would have without the thermals. So that's the one thing you could change. Instead of the thermal, going coyote, if you have one. Otherwise, thermal is perfectly fine. It's not the best, it's not the worst. Otherwise, that's actually, it is pretty
There has to be
competitive.
another way in. There should be a delivery bay near the parking
But
lot.
it's not the very best. I find myself quite often wanting the single target damage to be there. As is enraged kind of stuff. Good for solo as well, yeah. Coyote basically, because the other options you would have is just to put a brand bonus in or putting another exotic in. Because actually for solo play from this season as well, if you're just running Nimble, the Nimble holster from this season, or if you can get an Exodus glove, or if you have an Exodus glove from last season, both of those are pretty good as well. And yeah, for instance, Exodus glove, whenever your armor depletes, you poof, you disappear in a cloud of smoke that can give you some time to just, you know, get safe. And kind of reconsider your life decisions up to that point. Your life decisions that led to that point. And Nimble is kind of not too bad either for just running cover to cover.
Theo's friends from DC are trying to break into
But
the
yeah,
house.
Coyote overall is one of the better damage ones. And yeah, even beats a brand bonus. What's this guy? Because a Coyote versus, for instance, just putting a group OP piece there, the Coyote basically beats it at both ranges. Where's the Silver Laws? Okay, yeah. Ragers, yeah, wasn't part of these patch notes. And also, people were... I couldn't find it earlier. But people were saying earlier it was on the Trello board for next season, or was somewhere for next season. All right, not next season. Sorry, next patch. For year 7, season 1, patch 2.
I'll make you
This is patch 1. And yeah, we're just... The reason I'm on normal on this, I just want to reach back to that point where we also did the intro. So I really don't care about the difficulty, the loot, or anything like that. We're just trying to get back to that set piece so we can use it for the outro. Did he spawn yet? Still not.
reloading! Cover me! Those greedy fucks!
Really is the last wave that opens that, doesn't it? I'm already tier 5 on everything. Let's swap it out for it. Yeah. And then later on this season, we'll also have Tinkerer competing with it. Indeed. Exodus Cliff. There's a lot of ways you can set it up. There's even not set there is, for instance, Centurion Holster, also pretty good. Bloody Knuckles, also pretty good.
Hostile turrets detected.
Hell,
Agent,
even
we need
Dice
to
City
bypass
with a
those turrets to
Regulus,
reach the exhibition.
also pretty good. There's a lot of ways you can set up Striker.
Additional turrets.
And none of them are per se wrong or right.
Generator detected.
It's more about finding something that works for your situation
Defenses disabled.
and makes you feel comfortable. Because one thing you can do as well, for instance, for solo play, I run tech tanks. I can actually link to the recommended build list there. Let me finish these.
Where the hell did you come from? Damn, I can't get
Which can also be pretty good for solo. Get there. Stop spawning. Yeah, this is why we're on normal, so I can just breeze through it.
Now head through the exhibition.
And I want to make it up to here. Also, I'll put it in the... But yeah, that link will take you to the recommended build list, and also, yeah, there are the kind of recommended layouts for most of those builds. But also, yeah, for solo play, maybe have a look at the tech tanks. You do need technician unlock. You do need a memento for them, so they're not the easiest builds to get together, but they're real, yeah, I feel they're pretty good for, especially solo play, where you have enough survivability on your shield, but still enough damage to deal with everything. Good thing he has a marker above his head. Okay. Because I kind of want to have this in the background for it. Actually, let's set up the photo mode already, because I'm pretty sure if I already did this. And then exit. When I go back into here, it saves it, right? Until I like session or something. Yeah. And yeah, we catch up one last time, and then an Andor. What the weapons go? Sounds like it could be interesting. Yeah, there's already like places where it's gonna be the meta even. So, for instance, for OD, there's like it's obvious. But even in a lot of other places, I'm looking forward to just, for instance, even on Striker running killer plus fast hands and stuff. Not even double damage talent, but giving up a little bit of damage for, yeah, things like fast hands, things like future perfect, things like preservation, stuff like that. Twitch chat message, yeah. Yeah, let's take it to the outro here, basically the conclusion. And that brings us to the conclusion on this video with the global modifier. Hardcore is definitely a pretty good modifier still, and yeah, while it is a little bit weaker than last two seasons, especially last season's one was also very powerful just because of how high the uptime on it was. This one actually, while not as powerful, also has decently good uptime. And yeah, the main ways to play it is either you hit the active a lot and make use of that, or you actually just fill up basically once and just keep going on that. I've been actually playing it mostly that way, just kind of reaching tier 5s in multiple, in all of them, and then using especially the weapon pack on the red builds, as we kind of saw with loaded up, multitasker, and then the best kind of defense. Although, yeah, you could change up the best kind of defense to either extra padding or safety first. That's kind of either a little bit more PFE or a little bit more hazard protection. Or even if you're, for instance, running around with attack 50 on your back, you could kind of take it with specialized. And then, yeah, especially with skill builds, hands-on is a no-brainer. And yeah, having disruption protection and also a little bit more hazard protection on top of that, yeah, can make for a really good one there. I do feel that, for instance, yeah, multitasker makes really good sense for a lot of hybrids, where we can make use of that skill tier if it's going into a shield, if it's going into a turret and drone. That makes a lot of sense there as well. But even, for instance, yeah, this tech upgrades can go into some turret drone hybrids, but not per se a real game changer, but having just some more skill duration doesn't hurt. And then, as always, we have basically extra padding and safety first, interference blocker as kind of, yeah, just extra defenses. And those can be just general picks. If you, for instance, yeah, leave out best kind of defense. If you're not going for the headshots anyway, grab a safety first, grab an interference blocker against disrupt maybe, and have an easier time that way. And yeah, just having the main ones up, I feel, is for me the general way to go. But using the actives situationally, especially if it's, you know, for instance, at the end of a legendary, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just unload. You're gonna unload anyway, but you have to watch out that for the rest of that fight, if it's, for instance, Roosevelt, where you're maybe unloading onto the Marauders with that, afterwards, you're going back to your baseline values. And yeah, that's even, for instance, having a full red build, you do going even from that 10 back down to 6 does hurt a little. But I've been enjoying this global modifier a lot, especially as well. The hostile side of things is not as invasive as last season. It being regen last season really did hurt here and there, especially as some people found out with some marauders and stuff. And it was good that they removed it from that. But the blue here is just reduction. So it just takes longer to kill, but it doesn't make anything impossible to kill. And yeah, that's a big difference. But you still have to respect, especially yellow enemies that have a skill out, because they'll take a lot of reduced damage, especially if they have blue on top of it. And you have to respect red enemies because they'll just tear through you, especially if you're kind of expecting to kind of outlive them with like a tech tank or such. Yeah, that can make quite a difference. Now, of course, to red builds, a little bit less, but even that chip damage is quite a bit more. And yeah, that brings us to the end of this in-depth look into our into the global modifier of this season. One that I've definitely enjoyed so far, and I'm gonna keep enjoying for the rest of this season. Definitely, again, not as strong as some of the last season's ones, but definitely still worth it, and has a lot of just I kind of like this one, especially because it has components for a lot of builds. It isn't just red builds benefit, but no, even eclipses benefit quite a bit. Tech tanks benefit quite a bit. Headhunters actually benefit the least, although even the specialization weapon buffs there can make a difference. So yeah, overall, I do like it, and yeah, it is nice and varied and has a little bit of everything, plus nostalgia to Division 1 on top. And yeah, for future videos, after we've finally done this global modifier video a little bit, we're 3 weeks into the season, so it's a little late, but not that late. But yeah, we have some build collection updates to do. And then also I want to do a video on media maths and kind of discuss a few math things. Some nerdy shit as we'll go into that. So I hope you join me for those. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So that little bit of shilling here. And I hope to catch you in the future. As always, have a good night. There we go. That was fine. And that brings us to the conclusion. Seasons and make you okay. I'm just checking. It's taking a second to respond there. Yeah, so we have all this. There's like a minute I'm gonna cut out, which was like 20 seconds, where we kind of lost the plot. Ooh, 121. I might make only tips as well on it. At some point. That might make sense, just to have a shorter version. Let's return to Grand Washington, or what's Grand Washington? Washington, D.C. Actually, that's nice. If you go to the mission from Washington, right away, you also go back to Washington after the mission. At least the exit there is to Washington. I mean, that's already the case as well, actually, for the offsites in other places. We are going to actually round it out there because, yeah, I need to go edit that video together, have some food, have some, I have to debrief Schaefer. And I have to help Kelso go. But yeah, I'll be back in the evening. And yeah, in the evening, we're going to play around. Or actually, well, we'll start with doing some of the work on some of the builds in the build collection still. Because that still needs to happen. And once we've done that, yeah, I just want to play around for a bit. We'll likely go farming for maybe another a catalyst for second account. I might actually kind of prioritize that. Because yeah, I want one there to mess around with. So we'll likely do a bunch of army thing. And also what I want to do this week is actually grab the purple gear out of the stash and the purple weapons, and maybe take purple builds against purple flame, and let's find out who wins. I want to do all the Brooklyn missions on heroic with purple builds, because I've done basically everything else with purple builds. Although I don't think I've ever done Liberty. I might have to do Liberty as well at some point. Yeah, did I miss anything else? And thanks for the well wishes, and yeah, I'll definitely will, as I'm actually kind of hungry. I didn't eat lunch really. But yeah, enough yapping for me. I'm gonna go find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end, of course. Also, it's perfect timing as my voice is kind of going out. But that's kind of fine. We don't need it anymore. Yeah, let's go with pure. Let's go with prime. And yeah, I'll be back in like 2 hours, although I'll likely start a little bit later. Just a half hour later or something, because I likely have to go into work for a second, then I'll be back a little past 9. So but yeah, I hope you guys and gals then for now enjoy yourselves, as I'll start that raid on pure prime. And also, yeah, in a little bit we'll have actually the video just recorded go up on the YouTube's end. I've already a short that follows that one up ready. So, but I wouldn't mind actually also in this week pretty early recording the build collection updates and have it basically prepared maybe a day or two before, instead of like today, where it's on the day. But yeah, and if you have been, enjoy Pure Prime. I'll be back in a little bit, and as always, have a good day.